Oh, this looks good.
Yeah.
Hot mic.
Hot mic.
Hot mic. Ooh. Usually there's like someone introducing. introducing us. Okay.
This is good.
Hi, everyone.
And now,
Yeah, that's what I was. I think it's because Lance was up here.
Yes.
good morning, everyone. My name is Dave Schmidtlein.
Supposed to
Good
say,
morning,
say
everyone.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. My name is Dave Schmidtlein. I'm Dean of MIT's Sloan School of Management, and welcome to the MIT Sloan Sports Analytics Conference. It's great to see this conference back in person. You know that in more than 10 years of operation, we've been the centerpiece of sports analytics, and through difficult times and easier times, including the challenging times of the last 2 years, we've been grateful for your interest in sports analytics, and you're continuing to gather around this really, really great conference. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's nice.
Yes.
Audience participation
I like
already.
it. The
We love it.
plants worked.
Everyone's adjusting to being back in person.
And it feels really, really great. So let me say just a couple words of thanks. I want to thank all of you for either coming to this conference for the first time. I hope you see something that's really great and makes you want to come back. Or if this is not your first time here, welcome back. I want to thank also the sponsors of this conference. You know that an event like this doesn't happen by itself. These are great people and great organizations, and please check them out. I want to take a minute also to thank the students. You know that this is a conference that in many respects is student-led and student-organized and delivered by an organizing committee of about 60 MIT Sloan students. They've been working on this conference under Jessica and Daryl's leadership since May of 2021, so almost a year. And the fruits of their substantial efforts and their thought processes are going to be on display during this event. I want to take a moment to be slightly more solemn, and then I'll turn you over to Jessica and Daryl. This is an unusual time. When I think about sports analytics, always, I think of it as not subtracting from or detracting from the human dimensions of sport, but I think of the analytics as illuminating that human dimension. And when you think about the human dimension of sport, you think about people like Alexander Usyk, the world heavyweight boxing champion, who's not defending his championship this spring, he's defending his country. Yesterday, a sports columnist for the Wall Street Journal, Jason Gay, wrote a little bit about the role of sports in the broader society. And I'll spare you the full article, although I do think it's worth reading. The title is "Sports is Not Just Sticking to Sports." And I'd like to read you the last paragraph of that piece, if I could. There will always be some who say, stick to sports, and want to silo sports off as just entertainment. But there's a long history of sports being the first through the door of moments of social and political change. It's absurd to think that games and athletes can turn away from broader discussions of war, tragedy, equality, anything in the broader society. Sports are human. They can't turn away from Ukraine, now, or ever. Thanks for letting me read that to you. And now, for your relief, I turn you to Daryl Morey and Jessica Gelman. As you all know, Jessica and Daryl were the co-founders of this conference. They've led it through its entire existence. Jessica is the CEO of Kraft Sports Group. She's been recognized as a leader in sport in many settings and by many publications. And Jessica is a graduate of Harvard University, where she played basketball, and Harvard Business School. And we're very grateful to Paul, Jessica, and honorary MIT alum, including of the Sloan School. Daryl Morey is the president of basketball operations for the Philadelphia 76ers. And as many of you know, he spent 14 years with the Houston Rockets, 13 years as their general manager. And he's also been recognized for his leadership in many settings. And Daryl is an MIT Sloan School graduate, and we're very proud to claim him as one of our own. So I think, Daryl, are you going to speak first?
Yes.
Good.
Well, we're very excited to be back live. I am, at least. Hopefully everyone is. I wanted to mention, because too many people for the dean to thank, but we were basically the event that was right before the pandemic, and now we're the first event back live. So if you can take some time to also thank the crew of this conference, who this is their first event back live as well, which is pretty exciting. And for me, besides Seize the Data, the theme of this conference is reuniting. So I was lucky enough to get reunited with my my basketball
Was it luck?
Jesus.
I think it was a lot of hard work, Daryl.
By many people, yes, I would say. Yeah, it's just excited to be reunited and talking. Obviously, everyone, and that's going to be a theme of a lot of the panels. Every sport, our event, everyone had to work their way through it, and I think we did our best. But I have to say, we have interactive events again this year, golf and the PGA. There's just nothing like what we can do live, and the networking in the hallways, which we encourage everyone to do, and check out the sponsor rows and things like that. So I would say that the sports that have managed their way through have taken the theme of sort of don't let a good crisis go to waste. We've had some really nice natural experiments. We now know some of the components of home court advantage because we've played with no fans whatsoever. Sports have looked at new models for how they're going to deliver their product and things like that. We got natural experiments. I've talked a lot, sometimes for good, sometimes not for good. Like, what happens if you have fewer games? Well, we got to find that out, although it wasn't marketed like the whole way or things like that. Finally, I like to think at this conference we work on the cutting edge, and then also on some of the oldest things. So on the cutting edge, last year we had the first digital collectible NFT panel of any major sport. Obviously, that had to be streaming, and since that time, it's grown into a multi-billion-dollar industry, including our first panel that Jessica will be leading with Gary V. and Michael Rubin. We'll touch on that, although it'll be on entrepreneurship in general. We do have the conference has some of the first NFTs with Ticketmaster and Kager. I'm sure we have information on how to get that I don't have, but Jessica can talk about. I personally, and I spoke about this yesterday, have been losing employees to crypto. I mean, it is the exploding. Our jerseys, we were the first team to be sponsored on jersey with the crypto company. So, with crypto comes an inevitable backlash. And one of the things that was interesting about the backlash is a lot of the backlash came from established places that saw this technology as, I think there are very reasonable reasons to be worried about crypto. But what it meant is that actually underrepresented minorities actually were some of the people who benefited the most because they looked at it as more of an opportunity, and they've benefited. Lastly, I like to talk about the oldest. We also work on the oldest sport. One of my beloved sports is chess, so we're doing chess again. I would say, I like that the dean laughs at me when I bring up chess. Hey, chess has actually been really affected by Ukraine. Historically, Russia, Ukraine, that region of the world has been number one. But what I find interesting about chess, to me, it's the canary in the mine. It's where a lot of the new things happen. So automated cheat detection. It's where we've seen that playing computers show that the game is actually more robust and interesting. and showed new ways of playing. And it's one of the first sports where computers playing itself actually taught us that the game was more interesting for humans as well. And it, as we thought, grew into one of the top esports of the world. And it's our 10th year of having an esports panel, and that continues to be a high growth area. And I'll turn it over to Jessica.
All right. Thank you all so much. Welcome, Dorkapalooza number 16. Daryl, I don't know if you know this, but we've been doing this conference for over 30% of our lives.
Oh, man.
Just throwing a
You did the
little
math.
stat at you, yeah. Different, because we're different ages. But, yeah, exciting that this is a bookend. Well, hopefully it's a bookend, right? Where we were 2 years ago, the last event, and then hopefully the first change as we're hopefully coming out of the pandemic. You know, we talk a lot about sports being a microcosm for life. The good, we heard about the innovation with NFTs. We've heard about, or will hear about, brand ownership and the impact of NIL in college. And some of the bad or challenges are reflected, as you said, specifically things like employee-employer tension. There's a lockout right now. You know, inequity in hiring and promotion. We're going to talk about Title IX. There's big topics that are societal topics. And what we love about sports, I think what we all love about sports and why we're passionate about it, is that it entertains us and it distracts us from difficult times, you know, including the past 2 years where we've had over 439 million deaths from COVID. And what we talk about in the sports world is creating the best product for our fans. Product on the field, product in the stands, and engaging our fans in the right way. That's the angle I'm always going to take. So that's why we're here. This year we have 2,200 people attending. We did scale it back a little bit for safety. We actually thought it was going to be smaller, but the demand, and as Omicron receded, we did have to expand last minute. We have over 150 teams, leagues, and organizations represented, and over 130 academic institutions. It's been amazing, and thank you to all the people who posted on LinkedIn over the past few days, sharing how they got their start at the Sloan Conference. That is really what this is about. It's about education, and we believe in it deeply. So for the conference itself, it's packed. I always like to say it's buzzing. We have 30 panels, 25 competitive advantage talks, 5 competitions. Our sponsors stepped up in such a big way. We have the Oracle Innovation Competition. We have our research paper competition. The hackathon was yesterday with ESPN. We have the startup competition presented by Microsoft for startups, and First Pitch, which is the case competition, which is brought by Sponsor Pulse. So
Research papers?
Yeah, I said it.
Oh, you missed it? Oh, my bad.
Well, and I think, but it's a good point, because one of the big themes for us, and as it is every year, we are covering societal topics, but we're also really going back to data. And the students had a phenomenal idea this year, which was for the research paper competition to introduce an open source portion of it. And that's just awesome, because there's the opportunity to see the data and see the work, and that is what we want you to do, learn how to apply data and analytics so you can learn and apply it to your own business, so we can continue to create those amazing experiences for our fans in so many different ways. So I did mention the societal matters. We're very excited for the future of the fan, our college athletics panel, and our transgender athletes panel that Malcolm Gladwell will be moderating tomorrow. But I think for us, one of the big things that we have thought a lot about is how can we also have impact in increasing diversity within the sports world. It's very, very important to us. Last year we launched our mentorship program, and this year we more than doubled the number of mentees that are here. And I want to thank all the mentors there's 50 mentors and mentees this year. I want to thank all the mentors who are volunteering their time. We'll be meeting with the students here at Sloan and then mentoring them for the next 6 months. Again, this is about education, and the mentorship program is focused on historically underrepresented populations in the sports world. The second thing that we're really proud of, yesterday we launched the inaugural Multiplier Summit with Wise and Wasserman, and it was a great success, and kudos to Emily and to Anna and to Hannah for putting on a great effort, and Daryl, thanks for coming and being the ally, the lone male representative. But what we're talking about and why analytics is continuing to accelerate is because of the amount of data. Do you know that there's 74 zettabytes? You know what a zettabyte is? That were, because I had to look up how many O's. It's 21, if you're wondering. Were created in 2021. That's 25% more than the year before. So just thinking about the growth as NFTs continue to drive steam, it's going to be massive, and using analytics to create better experiences is critical. So I want to kind of conclude my stuff with a few thank yous. I want to thank my wife, who is dropping the kids off right now, but she is hugely involved in the conference, both actually, but then also keeping me sane throughout all of the planning. I want to thank all the Kager folks who I love working with every day and the change that we're creating. I obviously want to thank the sponsors. We have 25 this year, which I think is the most ever. People really wanted to come back, but specifically ESPN, who has been our presenting sponsor since maybe the second year, the third year. Thank you, ESPN. They are really pushing the boundaries. Daryl, thank you. Hard to believe that this started over a conversation in a bar after the women's Final Four. And last but certainly not least, I want to thank the students. There's 60, as Dean Schmidt-Line said, but specifically Emily and Jack, who, I mean, have you on speed dial. We talk multiple times a week, and it has been such a pleasure getting to know you, seeing you grow, seeing your leadership, and I know you're going to be incredibly successful, and we are proud to be part of this experience with you. So thank you.
Thanks, Jess. Thanks, Daryl. Thank you, Dean Schmidt-Line. Hi, everyone. I'm Emily Johnson. I'm a second-year MBA student at MIT Sloan and one of the co-leads of the conference this year with Jack. I came to Sloan to work on this conference. I was in my interview, and I was very nervous, and Sloan has a very thorough interview process. Your interviewer knows you very well. They've looked over your resume and your application, and I think for 27 minutes I talked about the Sloan Sports Analytics Conference. And one of the final questions from my interviewer was, okay, this is great, clearly have a passion for this. Are there any classes that you're interested in? Sorry, Dean Schmidt-Line, I do go to them. So all that to say, I'm very excited to be here on this stage today. I'm humbled and honored, and I want to just say a couple thank yous before I pass it over to Jack. So first and foremost, Jessica and Daryl, thank you. You've been incredible mentors. We could not have done this without you. Your guidance is invaluable. And I think personally and professionally, Jack and I feel completely supported by you. You've been champions of us, of the other students of the conference, of underrepresented people in sports, which is very important to us. And so we couldn't thank you enough. We're excited to do this over the next 2 days, and then maybe relax a little or sleep. We want to thank the Student Organizing Committee. As has been mentioned, there are 60 students who worked all year on this conference. They're behind the scenes today. They're introducing panels. They're moving chairs on and off the stage. Please take a minute, if you see them, to thank them, to chat with them. They are phenomenal MIT Sloan students, and we're very grateful to have them on the team. I want to specifically call out our leadership team. We have 9 members of our team who work across all different work streams and have been in the trenches with the 2 of us since May of last year. Chunji Idowu, Cole Koeniger, Anna Senko, Dubam, I almost had Eladaga, Tiffany Tsai, Kurt Bullard, Connor Sterr, Michael Hutchinson, and Ben Rosenblum. We are very grateful to all of you, and we could not have asked for a better team to work on this conference. I want to thank the conference sponsors, as a number of people already have. We did have 25 total partners. We've had incredible support as we come back in person on, quite frankly, uncertain conditions, and so we are very, very grateful for that. I want to thank Dean Schmidt-Line, who has been a great supporter of the conference, but also personally a champion in my corner as I have made my way through MIT Sloan. And then finally, I'd like to thank Jack. who has been the best partner I ever could have asked for. I think he would like me to stop calling him at all hours of the night, but I am extremely grateful to have had you by my side for all of this. I couldn't have done it without you, and I am most importantly grateful for your friendship.
Thank you, Emily.
You're welcome.
I echo all of that, and all of the thank yous as well. Emily and I share a brain at this point, in addition to a long list of speed dial contacts. Just like Emily, I've been following this conference for a very long time. I think the first time I heard about the Sloan Sports Analytics Conference, it was probably in an article that my grandfather clipped out for me from the Boston Globe. I had no idea what Sloan was or that it had anything to do with MIT. But as soon as I saw that, loving sports, being interested in math, I knew that this was the sort of thing that I wanted to be involved in. So 10 years later or so, it's incredible to be up here and share this experience in person with all of you. I have a few reminders of policies and helpful tips for you all as you experience the conference over the next 2 days. If you haven't already, please download the SSAC22 app for the most up-to-date conference agenda and resources. This will be the source of truth over the course of the weekend, so please refer to that for everything conference-related. To download this, visit the App Store or Google Play to download the Attendify app. Sign up or log in if you already have a profile. And once you're registered, click into the search bar, select Have an Event Code, and enter the event code SSAC2022. Note that you need to do that in all caps. Please keep your badge visible at all times and do not lose it. This is your ticket to the conference, and it cannot be transferred or replaced. As Emily mentioned, we have conference organizers and volunteers across the convention center. They'll be identified by their badges, which say organizer or volunteer. They're happy to help with any questions that you may have, so please feel free to reach out if you need them. As a courtesy to our presenters and panelists who are taking times out of their busy schedules to come and speak to us, please do silence your cell phones while at the conference. And finally, all panels and presentations are recorded and released to our YouTube channel in the weeks following the event, so please no recording of the panels or talks. We are all excited to be back here in person, but please do be mindful of health and safety. We ask that you all remain masked while at the conference, except while eating or drinking, or while up on stage presenting. Thank you all very much. We're so excited to be here with you all for the 2022 MIT Sloan Sports Analytics Conference. Let's get ready to seize the data.
Awesome.
Good job.
Good. Hello, hello. Good morning. Welcome to the Sloan Sports Analytics Conference. My name is Riley Foreman. I am a second-year MBA student, which means you can hire me. Today's panel, I am pleased to welcome Michael Rubin, CEO of Fanatics, Gary Vaynerchuk, Chairman of VaynerX, and our moderator, Jessica Gelman, CEO of Craft Analytics Group. Today's panel is called Disrupting, Reimagining, and Crushing It, a conversation with Michael Rubin and Gary Vee. This panel will run for 45 minutes. Please tweet any questions you have using the hashtag disruptors, and we will have Jessica ask some of those at the end. And with that, I'll kick it over to Jess.
I could not be more excited for this panel. So, as normal, I did a lot of research, although Michael, I know you very well. I'm going to start with Gary Vee. Just the things I've been listening to his books on Audible. And
he has very little content out there, right?
Not a lot of content, hard to find. Serial entrepreneur, tech investor, social media extravaganza. He predicted the influencer economy and then has driven it. He's the author of 5 bestsellers, which I've been listening to, most recently 12.5, which is just fantastic. He turned the book publishing industry upside down when he connected the launch of it with NFTs. Gary Vee's are just killing it. It's amazing.
Thank you. Michael,
I'm going to start with a quote from SBJ, just so we have a little bit of perspective. Few people over the past 14 months, this was in January of this year, have done more to rethink the traditional ways of doing business and aggressively changing the status quo than Michael Rubin. Seemingly not just making money for Fanatics, but also the partners and, of course, the leagues. You were named as the most influential person in sports this year by SBJ. You're a regular on CNBC. You've grown Fanatics, scratch it out, $18 billion to $27 billion, announced yesterday, leaked yesterday. And you're focused on evolving the leading e-commerce company to the leading sports digital company. So let's get started. You guys are so impactful. I love it. I want to talk about how you two got started. Got started with your Candy Digital and that concept. So during the pandemic, you co-founded and collaborated on the All-In Challenge, which raised over $60 million for charity by auctioning off experiences with celebrities. How did working together on All-In lead to Candy Digital?
Okay, so, from my perspective, Gary is always someone who's like 17 steps ahead, and, this could be the first time I'm really giving him public credit for it, but the whole trading card idea that Fanatics, has built a pretty big business around came from Gary hitting me over the head about 17,000 times saying, you need to be in trading cards, it's the next big asset class, this is going to be gigantic. And when we did the All-In Challenge together, Gary was talking to me about kind of, where the NFT market could head. So Gary's a guy who I always value, that I have in my kind of orbit of seeing trends first, recognizing big opportunities. And, I knew Gary pretty well going into the All-In Challenge, but the 24/7 mentality that he brought toward doing whatever it took to, raise as much money for people with food insecurity was amazing, and it just made me love him even that much more. And we turned, obviously, doing something good for the world into creating a new business together.
I think one of the unique things about Michael is there's very few people who have the combo of sizzle and steak. When you have charisma or energy or creativity, a lot of times the operational execution part doesn't come along with that, and vice versa. And there are unique individuals that come along that can really combine the two. And the same thing for me. I had an incredible point of view on who Michael was, but really having somebody actually keep up with me 24 hours a day felt so unique. And I was like, okay, this guy's on a different plane altogether. And, we were navigating our own businesses and our own family situations in COVID. And listen, co-founding is being incredibly kind. Michael called me and already had it baked and said, hey, do you want to help me with this? And I just remember that phone call because it was very early in the process and things were still very scary. And I was like, the humanity to try to help others while navigating the things he had to do really, really struck me and definitely changed our relationship.
I love that, and I love your comment about the sizzle with the operations, because Michael, you have a long-standing relationship with MLB, and so as you were conceiving of Candy Digital, which was announced in June 21, how do you think first how that relationship with MLB is changing the way we think of baseball?
Well, first, I think, relationships are everything. And, in business, you need to have both great strategy and great relationships to make that strategy happen. So, we work with today close to 1,000 sports properties globally. And baseball is an incredible partnership. And I think, what we saw was an amazing, I think what Gary saw and what Gary helped me see, quite honestly, was an amazing, long-term opportunity, but also one that would go through a lot of changes. And so when we spoke to baseball, the conversation was really about how do we build this the right way for the fan long-term. And I think, the NFT market really started around the crypto community, and what, Gary helped me understand, and I think what we understood early was it was not only about the crypto community, but it's really about how do we get billions of sports fans to engage with NFTs and, really engage with incredible content that all the sports properties possess long-term. And so baseball really wanted to build it the right way. And what was terrific about the way we started the business, they said, look, we want to do this with you. Make sure you take care of our fan. Make sure you build this the right way long-term. They were actually less worried about money, knowing that they built this the right way, the dollars would follow. And the most important thing for them was building it for the fan long-term.
And so, Gary, with all of your expertise, how did you help accelerate what Michael was thinking about and what Fanatics was thinking about with Candy Digital? Any specific examples?
Yeah, I mean, look, for everybody in the crowd, we're in this moment right now. 98% of NFT projects that are in the market right now are going to go to zero or close to it. Like, we're in a very unique time. This is very similar to internet public stocks in 1999, where the internet was right, but we all got ahead of ourselves and we put $40 billion valuations on companies that hadn't even sold anything on the internet yet. And it crashed in March and April of 2000. That's what's happening in the NFT world right now. There's so much money being thrown around, so much greed, so much short-term behavior that almost every project that we see out there, even if it's already done $10, $20 million in sales, is incredibly vulnerable because the IP creator, the founders of these projects are genuinely not building it with the long tail in mind. And so, whether it was the way we thought about Sweet Futures, which is one of the things we do in Candy, which was, with NIL changing the landscape, right, of college sports, we were able to really put together opportunities that for the fan that was buying the NFT, I think one thing that is completely being missed right now is in 20 years, people are going to care what the rookie NFT is. When's the first time this person showed up on the blockchain? No different than when's the first time that somebody showed up on a piece of cardboard or the first time they showed up in a comic book. And so a lot of what we've done at Candy is give a lot of strategies to how do we put people that we think will be long-term superstars on the blockchain first, and how do we structure the rarities? What is the supply and demand? I mean, the reality is it's the only thing that I'm paying attention to when I work with the team at Candy, which is this strategically set up to be a long-term win that creates secondary behaviors and value for the original buyers? Yeah. And I think that it's all classic collectible supply and demand strategies of that nature. And so literally every launch.
I want to go back to what he just said, because I think Gary's 100% right. To make a prediction, and Gary's often, if you look at his predictions years later, they're often very accurate. To say 98% of the NFT projects are going to go to zero, it's, I've been saying something very similar, which is there's going to be a giant crash to this market coming. And I actually love that Gary's talking about, because you also need to look at just like the law of like logic. And, today you have so much new content coming every day. And, to me, that's why, Candy, what we've thought about is how do we build this the right way, long term the right way, and how do we make sure that we build great content for sports fans and great products that are going to increase in value for sports fans. And if you don't, I actually think we're actually hurting the different sports properties we work with. We're hurting fans. And so, but what Gary said, I think is going to be true. So today when you look out at the market, so many people think this is just easy money, it's just going to go up. And I think you're going to find a lot of people, it's just going to be like the internet crash that Gary talked about in 1999 or the financial crash that we went through in 2008. It's coming in the NFT market. There's no way with the amount of new content that's coming on that this can go straight up. It's impossible.
And I'm sorry to jump in, but I think the big thing for this crowd is understanding that that's when it gets interesting.
Okay.
Right? Because again, if you look, I think what's going to happen is it's going to crash, and the media is going to have a field day. Told you, told you, told you, told you. You can read unlimited articles in the summer of 2000 saying, we told you the internet was a fad. We told you. The reality is the consumer blockchain is the single biggest technology shift since the internet itself. It is that profound. Every ticket to every sporting event in a decade is going to be an NFT. The technology is too obvious, but the macro is unbelievable. The micro executions right now are cliche gold rush.
And what we've generally seen at Fanatics, by the way, is on the way up, you build a lot of things organically. On the way down, you find ways to add M&A into kind of an accelerated build. And look, we went through this even, in COVID, we did so many things to, accelerate our business because there were so many companies that weren't prepared to kind of live through COVID. And I think in every crash, there's so many opportunities for, good, strong companies to have the right long-term vision. The most important thing is you get the strategy right. If you get the strategy right, then you can think more thoughtfully about the timing. And right now, there are a lot of things that don't make sense, but they don't make sense. You can be strategically right with your business plan, but that doesn't mean you act until, things kind of come your way.
So 2 great points there. Let's talk about that strategy. And I think I want to highlight, Gary, what you did with VFriends, and which has been massively successful. For those of you who don't know, right now there was one that was auctioned for as high as 1.2 million, and the lowest current value of one is 30K. So what did you do to bring branding and generate over $91 million in the first 90 days? And then I do want to come back to blockchain, but I want to start with some of those strategies.
Well, the thing that is most fascinating to me about the blockchain, and a lot of my friends reached out to me when I went so hard, and they're like, man, I've watched you for 15 years leave so much money on the table to preserve your reputation. Why are you ruining it now? Basically is what they were saying. You're doing something so high risk. And I said to them, you don't understand the blockchain. It's actually the reverse. If you are the creator of a project, an NFT project, you're actually more in control than anything that has ever happened before. Let me explain. With VFriends, first, I used the utility of the smart contract to create a 3-year promise contract of a conference called VCon that I'm doing at US Bank Stadium in Minnesota in May, which, it's a profound lineup of the who's who. Michael's even coming, and I don't think he's ever been to Minnesota. And so, it
is cold there.
I am aware.
At least you did
it's
in the
May.
Spring. Thank you.
And so first, I think people are not using the utility aspect of NFTs enough right now. Right now, we're in the art and collectible phase, no different than the internet in '94. We were in the information age, right? The internet's awesome for information. The internet was awesome for information. It was also going to do so many more things in our society. The blockchain right now is on art and collectibles, but it's a contract. Right. And so I did a 3-year conference. I did a lot of access tokens, where Zooms, information, things that people actually value besides the collectible. But the part that I was referring to earlier, and this is why I wanted to be in business, Candy's really the only other major thing I'm really involved in, is that I knew how Michael thought about the consumer. Let me just paint a picture for everybody who's hesitant to do an NFT project because they actually are good people and they fear that the value goes down. With Candy, with VFriends, if God forbid the market crashes and it's one thing for all the people that spent $2,000 for it last May and are selling it for 30, 40, 70, 100,000. They did great. But what about the guy or girl who bought it today for 40,000 and the market goes to 8,000? Right. For me, because it's on the blockchain, I can provide more value for that person. You're the central bank. You're the country. You're in control. So I've been telling a lot of my friends who I think have not the best behavior in mind, who are going to be like, well, they made it, they bought it. They took a risk. I'm like, it works a little bit different. You're in control of that economy, and your reputation is completely tied in. So I think for the people that have good intent and have resources and are smart, for me, I take a lot of USD off the table with my project. and put it in one place just for the rainy day so I can deploy that capital back to the people that own VFriends, and I think the best projects will do that.
And just for the audience, you use the word utility.
Yes.
And that means that there's something of value that you're creating that is going with the NFT, so access or...
The sporting ticket is the ticket, but the utility is getting into the venue, but God willing, somebody drops 100 points that night and ties Will Chamberlain, that becomes an instant asset.
Right. And even when you take that to Candy, and Gary has had huge influence to the products that are created at Candy. You know, I sat in a meeting with Gary a few months ago, and you know, in 2 seconds, Gary comes up with an idea. Okay, we're going to do a new collection of rookie products, and in these rookie products, we're going to have FaceTimes available with all of the one-on-ones, or and look, in sports you have the ability to create, and really, I think in many places you have the ability to create great experiential value, and that's what Gary's talking about. And I think we have a great opportunity to do that as well. And I think, to Gary's point, he's always thinking about how to create something that's got real value versus there are a lot of people who just they're kind of fast and loose and trying to make a quick buck. They're not thinking about how does this play long term. And certainly for a company like Fanatics, it's getting to be a decent sized company. We think about most importantly, how do we do the right thing for the sports fan long term? We want to have billions of fans look at Fanatics as a beloved company, and everything that we do needs to create a great experience for them. If it doesn't, it actually hurts our brand. And we don't do everything right, by the way. We screw things up every day, but we think about most importantly, like, how do we have billions of fans that look at Fanatics as a beloved company where they get most of their digital products from us. And so, with Candy, we need to create, not only great product, but we need to figure out all the things we can do to enhance that product.
And you have to think long term. For all the people that are deeper into this space, you go into the discords where these communities live with these projects, every day everyone's like, what about the floor price? Make the floor price go up. Everyone is such a day trader right now. I see a lot of founders succumbing to the energy of their Discord. Their Discord isn't a community. Their Discord are day traders who want to make a quick dollar. And I think what I'm really proud of with VFriends and with Candy is, listen, we care deeply about what everybody who's holding an NFT thinks. But like a parent, we're willing to do the short-term unpopular for the long-term win.
So I'm going to switch off of NFTs, cryptos, and blockchain. I want to talk about analytics. And I'm going to start with you, Gary. I said I've been listening to your book on audio, and obviously analytics is core to what we do. But you started the book, and I thought it was amazing. I shared it with my children and my wife, but you said, facts about gratitude to help us feel. So 728 million people in the world do not have drinking water. 60% of people in the world don't have a toilet that manages human waste. And so data is big in what you do. You're helping all of us think like that. From an analytical perspective, can you share how you and your team over the last decade have used social content and constantly evolve your strategy, and maybe one specific example that will resonate for people?
It's funny, obviously being in the epicenter at this event, I have historically been a much more passionate qual data guy than quant data guy.
But you use data a lot.
I use data every second, right? And I think that, for me, even going back to launching an e-commerce wine business in 1996, I remember talk about making mistakes. I was innovating, shopping cart, abandonment, and all these things just naturally because I just wanted people to buy the wine. That went on to become the industry standard practices. I wish I built some SaaS businesses around my behavior. I could have done well, but I think
you're doing okay.
We'll hang in. I think the reality is that I look at it every day. I mean, for example. I'll give you an example of how we think about it in the last decade. One of the things that I'm very proud of is I believe that I have day traded the public's attention extremely well over the last decade. I feel that on a daily basis, my number one objective before I fill that bucket with whatever I'm passionate about is where are all of their eyes and ears every second? And that comes through analytics. For me, my North Star being everyone's attention allows me 3.5 years ago to tell everybody in my companies and every business that I'm associated with that we have to get very serious about TikTok. It's not because I'm guessing, it's because the math is very clear. I can see that people are moving their time spent, the account growth, the comment count, and then more importantly, when I layer qualitative around the quant and see the affinity is very high, and I see that people are going all in on the interest graph, not just the social graph, and then I'm ready to kind of move. And so on a daily basis, I'm curious about the organic reach and the cost of media on LinkedIn, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat, Spotify, and any other platform that will amass hundreds of millions of users on it, and then every individual execution in it. You know, doing great on Instagram has required analytical movement from the picture gets the most organic reach, to the video gets the most organic reach, to now it's a Reels that you put in feed, not just as a Reel. And so on a daily basis, it is the framework of everything.
That's awesome. All right, so I'm going to talk analytics with you, and you have been in it. You champion the 80 million customers that you have. I'm sure it's growing by the second. What do you really know about them, Michael? And
Yeah, well, first, I think the thing that actually took us, like, I always like to look back and see what we got right and wrong. The thing that was actually a great eye-opening experience for us is we spent, kind of nearly a decade building our first business, which was really the merchandise business. We call it Fanatics Commerce. And we woke up and we realized we had a huge structural advantage to building the leading digital sports platform. And when we think about how to create all these different digital sports businesses, really our brand and our database were the most two important assets that we had. And our database, we know so much about each of our fans. We probably have today between 50 and 60 attributes on average per fan. We can really use that to really improve the experience. And now when you think about it, that we're going from our first business of merchandise, and now we're adding trading cards and NFTs and online sports betting, and over time media, the ability to really use data to really personalize the experience and make the experience for each digital sports fan so much better is a great opportunity for us. I'd say it's probably, the biggest advantage we have, and there's really not, if you really think about it, there's really not another company that wakes up and goes to bed obsessed with how to improve the digital sports fan experience. And, I think data is really at the core of everything that we do. And obviously, look, you can't even build a merchandise business without, look, our merchandise business this year is $4.5 billion, the original business we started in. And you can't build that without data being core to everything we do. But when you think about now how we, build this digital sports platform, again, the biggest structural advantage we have is the database and the ability to use that to, help improve the experience for each fan. So ultimately, it gives us a reduced marketing cost as well. We go out and we now acquire, a fan in the commerce business, and that fan's gonna, buy trading cards from us and buy NFTs from us and do online sports betting with us and do really each of the different businesses that we have. So it's a huge advantage, and one that keeps getting better every day.
Well, I think one of the things that I have learned from watching you is the vertical integration that you do. And so you've gone down, which you've done on the commerce side, and now you're going broad across, right, and taking that, which is, obviously amazing. And the 50 to 60 attributes is going to grow because you have these other businesses. So it's really brilliant. So obviously yesterday it was announced $27 billion valuation, and you raised 1.5. What are the key, 1.5 billion, just so we're clear. What are some of the key things that you're thinking about in using that investment for?
Yeah, for us, first of all, we don't really, we're thinking about how to build, a company that's beloved by billions of sports fans globally, and ultimately, I think, valuation just follows the business results. I think, for us, one of the things that's very unique about us is I've been screaming the way Gary screams about things, and I think people eventually, listen. I've been screaming for years that you need growth with profits. And so as a company, we've been one that's been focused on, growing quickly, doing great things for the sports fan, but also making money the entire way. And so for us, all the money we raise is really it's really to be used from an M&A perspective to go out and buy pieces to kind of build our digital sports platform more quickly. So, this year alone, we acquired Topps, the trading card company, which is, kind of the most well-known brand of trading cards, to really enable our trading card strategy and pull it forward 4 years. We just acquired Mitchell Ness a few weeks ago. And so we like when we have a strategy, we can buy pieces to kind of move more quickly. And so that's what we use all of the capital that we raised for. And we're going to look, as a company this year, we were, profitable last year, generated real free cash flow. We'll do it again this year in a greater extent. But all of that money gets invested either in how do we enhance the fan experience globally, or how do we, kind of buy capabilities to do the same thing.
I love it. All right, we're going to switch a little bit to personal brand. You guys both have pretty big personal brands. Gary, you're the master of it. So how do you assess Michael's personal brand?
That's definitely pretty screwed up, for sure.
Where is
Gary's responsible for everything I've ever done wrong, for sure.
Where is he strong, and where can he improve?
I think Michael's greatest strength is his self-deprecation. I think if you look at his content,
there's a lot to make fun of me about.
When he shares like videos of him playing basketball, that just sets the world on fire.
Well, Guy, you should tell everyone the big idea you just pitched me on just about 15 minutes ago.
I told Michael, so I'm a big believer that nostalgia is incredibly underpriced. And so for a long time, especially with the emergence of betting, I've long thought that there was an opportunity for an OTT to come out called the Prop Network, where you would establish these environments. I said to Michael backstage, I said, imagine how many people would tune into a pay-per-view of Magic Johnson versus Larry Bird, and there was betting dynamics on top of it.
Well, that's not what you started with. You said
I know, I'm about to get there.
And we need to be honest here.
And I said, but the big one that I want to see is you and DJ Khaled one-on-one. I think we can do 5 million pay-per-view. And so I think what Michael, to be such a titan of business, for him to not take himself serious, to show the brighter side of him. He's a massive inspiration for a lot of fathers out there with daughters, with his content. This is stuff that people don't talk about, they don't see. What I do for a living is basically read messages back to data. I'm basically a human anthropologist and do qual data all day long, constantly. Even on the flight here, very early morning, I'm reading direct messages and comments on stuff. So I think what he does extremely well, we obviously see him with the crafts and the Meek Mills and all that stuff that is so aspirational, but I think if you look carefully between the self-deprecating nature of like, hey, yeah, I'm good at these things, but I'm not as great at these things, and just being an incredible dad, you see a big movement of dads tapping into their, being dads of girls, and there's a really great movement on that. I think he's doing a phenomenal job on that. What he's doing poorly is a lot of things. 26 minutes, okay. A couple things. I think, a lot of our friendship comes of the building blocks over the last decade. Saj knows, like, every time I would come across Michael anywhere, I'm like, Michael, you got to start making content. He hesitated on it. In the same way that many people here have not bought their first NFT yet, that's just a massive mistake. Whether you think it's a fad or not, to disregard an entire movement is a mistake. Like, you've got to taste it. Even if you lose $1,000, it's worth it. That's the education. You've got to taste things when they're innovating. And so I think broadening some of the platforms that he puts out his content, because he's gotten comfortable with Instagram, but we need him to really expand his horizons.
Gary, who do you think would win in the one-on-one between Khaled and I?
I think Khaled.
I agree.
I think he would body you up. He would use his, he would just get you down. He still might miss a 3-footer. You guys are both atrocious.
When I leave here, I'm gonna call him and get the challenge on. It's gonna be for a private competition, but I'm gonna do it. I feel inspired.
Our next All-In Challenge should be those things where all the proceeds go to a nonprofit, because I think people would really enjoy that. And I really, you look at the big three, you look at some of these celebrity boxing matches, I think there's a lot of evolution still to be done in sports. Mm-hmm. And I think we're kind of like having a laugh here, but I think there's a lot of opportunity in, people love competition.
Yeah.
People love competition, and people fall in love with names. And a lot of times when these athletes retire, or these people in pop culture, Meek Mill making that shot the other day, right? That's stuff that people are fairly interested in.
We should be honest. I actually took the video hoping he was going to miss the rim.
I know.
And that he actually went in was actually really impressive.
You were devastated.
He was really lucky. I posted that. I was really only going to post a bad outcome, not a good outcome, but somehow the basketball gods were with him.
I love the banter so much, and that's pretty good advice. I enjoy your content. I think I'm personally like the dancing the most, but you have some good coaching before that competition. So if you guys are thinking about the influence that you could have and potentially raising more funds as your brand. Your brand is amazing, obviously, and you understand how to do it. Great advice. What do you think, Michael, as your brand continues to rise in your awareness, what are the areas that you're most passionate about in terms of continuing to influence?
Yeah, so the first thing, I just want to go back for a second because I think this is kind of a good, just everyone thinks differently. Gary, consistently, I love to have people around me that I learn and grow from. It's like the big thing I always say, like I think people know this about my story, but I barely met at high school. I didn't go to college. So all of my learning goes from getting, a diverse group of friends that, you can learn from. And we all learn from each other. Sitting in the front rows, Robert Kraft, who, I consider to be my younger and less responsible brother. And, I learn from Robert every day. And Gary, I learn from you. But Gary's always been, ahead of me in a lot of things. He talked to me about trading cards years before we got into the business. He talked to me about NFTs before we got into the business. For years, he harassed me to go on social media, like literally harassed me. I mean, there wasn't a meeting where he didn't scream at me about why I'm an idiot and I need to be on social media. It took me probably 4 or 5 years later than what he told me to do. But the interesting thing is, one thing I believe, I actually really don't think, and people could say this is bullshit, but I'm just giving it to you straight because that's my personality. I don't think about building my brand. I just do what's comfortable, what feels right to me. And to me, that's the test I need to put things through. So there are a lot of things that people may say, hey, you should do this, but it just doesn't feel natural. It doesn't feel authentic. And the things that I post are things that I want to promote, what we're doing with the Reform Alliance Criminal Justice Organization we're building, or I want to, promote something that Daryl Morey's doing with the Sixers, or that, we're doing with the basketball team, or I want to promote something we're doing at Fanatics, or I want to make fun of myself, because actually I do like making fun of myself, and it's very easy to do, and there's moments every day to do that with her. I want to make fun of my daughter, or just have fun with her. So, like, I really put, the things I show are things that really feel authentic to me, and I don't like to ever push the envelope, and I sometimes think, for me, less is more. I look at a guy like Gary, and one of the things, I love so much about him is he's so motivational to everybody, and his energy is, he pulls everyone with him, and that's a great thing. And, I think, we have a lot of similar traits, but we're also very different. I motivate people in a different way, and he motivates people in a different way. But I think, what's so incredible about what Gary's doing is he's got, tens of millions of, people that look at him and, who learn, grow, and really, most importantly, are motivated. And he's, showing tens of millions of people how they can do more, do better. And I think that's a great impact to have. For me, when I think about, the question you really asked, which I'm not getting to, which is, what's the influence we want to have going forward? Look, I wake up and go to bed obsessed with how do I build, one of the most incredible companies in the world. I think, it took me a decade to kind of figure it out. And it's kind of cool when you say, look, we focused on building this, pretty respectable merchandise business over the first 10 years, but then we realized we had a much bigger opportunity, that there literally are billions of sports fans that we can become their beloved brand where they do everything digitally with us. And so for me, I am 100% locked into doing that, and anything I do, really, I want to support that initiative and that, kind of drive and that opportunity, and, everything else around it is just things that maybe I'm passionate about personally.
I mean, you both are very inspiring. I mean, I've mentioned 12 and a half multiple times. It really is, it's a great listen or read, but I've been listening to it. So thank you.
Does he read it himself in the book?
Yeah.
At what speed? Is it like a 3-minute listen? Because he does the whole book in 3 minutes?
What I like about it is that he'll say, okay, I'm going to go off script because I wrote this 3 months ago. I mean, it's great.
This goes back to day trading attention, right? Like, things change every day.
Yeah.
And so I love doing the audiobook because I do get to do the remix.
Yeah, it's great. So we're going to switch to gambling now. Michael, you mentioned during the Super Bowl that you believe you can be the #1 player in the space within 10 years, and you're currently not in that business. So that's a bold statement. What do you think are your competitive advantages over, say, DraftKings and FanDuel or Caesars or that way?
Yeah. So first off, I actually, as I get older, and that's happening very quickly, I'm trying to be, kind of. You try to want to be bold internally and maybe a little less bold externally. Although you want things to rally people around. So for me, what I've always had is a really big vision, and then you can will things to happen. And if there's the #1 thing about my personality is people always tell me this can't be done, this won't happen. And I think that's complete bullshit. I think come up with a really big dream, come up with a really big aspiration, put a stake in the ground, and just figure out how you're going to do it. And that has worked for me time after time after time. And by the way, I'm not doing it on intellect. I'm not doing it on
Looks.
Definitely not doing it on looks. I'm definitely not doing it on physical physique. I'm doing it on just like drive. And so, to me, when you look at, Fanatics and building this digital sports platform, you look and say today we've built, a nice and fast-growing business in our original, model, Fanatics Commerce, and we've now just come and, we're now kind of building the trading card business pretty aggressively, and now the NFT business. And you look and say, does online sports betting fit into the digital sports platform of Fanatics? I think 100% of people look at that and say, yes, this is like a perfect strategic fit. Then you got to look and kind of assess the market. And, right now the market's, it's a huge long-term opportunity, but the market's not making as much sense, in the near term. And I've been saying that pretty nonstop for last year. So from my perspective, I think it's a perfect fit in our platform long-term. I think we've got huge structural advantages because we probably have the most digitally oriented, sports commerce brand, and we have this massive database which gives us great structural advantages. And then we have, the, financial wherewithal to, kind of go after things in an aggressive basis. So, I actually didn't mean for that statement to come out publicly. I said it to somebody kind of in passing. But I do believe we will be the #1 player in the business in a decade, and I believe we'll do it through smart and aggressive organic growth and the structural advantages that we have in Fanatics. And then, M&A will, as we've done in each of our businesses, we've generally had an aggressive organic plan, and then we've layered mergers and acquisitions on top of it to find businesses that fit well. We'll do the same thing here. And so this isn't a business, by the way, today, I got to tell you something. I mean, the amount of money that's being invested or lost, if you just put it in simple English, today is like, there's money being lit on fire if we keep it real. And by the way, we said that a year ago. I went to our board a year ago and said, look, this is going to be a massive space long term. And I said, in the near term, I'm not quite understanding the economics of this business. I generally try to make money on things that we do. It's a crazy concept. But, when I look at companies, I like them to have a path to profitability and like them to make money. And I think, and look, there are some great operators in this business. Jason Robbins, who runs DraftKings, I love him. I don't like him. He's a really good friend of mine. He's a great entrepreneur. And, maybe he's got, just even more courage than I do because, he's investing like, crazy amounts of money. But I think, look, he will be a big winner long term. FanDuel is a great company. The offline casinos are good companies. I just think this is a perfect fit into our platform. And so, I think we'll be very successful long term at it.
Well, I mean, at least from what I've heard, the cost of acquisition for gambling is obviously very, very high, and you have acquired a lot of them.
We acquire a customer for $19 in the commerce business, and average cost to acquire a customer in online sports betting today is $500 on a good day.
Right.
So I much rather look at all this, the different places I can acquire customers and then cross-sell them into online sports betting, and then go out and spend $500 plus, and have a multi-year payback that in a highly promotional environment.
Well, and so we're talking about this, and you brought up DraftKings, so thanks for the very good segue, because you actually, Gary, do quite a bit with DraftKings, a prop betting show. So would love your perspectives.
Do you recommend everyone to bet on the Jets in the show every week?
Not this season, but with 4 picks in the top 38, and with top 5 free agent money, and with a remarkable draft class last year.
It was a yes or no question.
The answer is I'm more optimistic
I just want to know how much money you've
next
cost
year.
people on the Jets in the past 5 or 10 years.
Especially
having to be in Boston with Robert here. Let's just get this out in the open. I mean, have you literally cost your tens of millions of people who really depend on you? Have you cost them hundreds of millions of dollars in the Jets?
I have not, because if you watch props and drops, I've actually decided to bet against the Jets the majority of this year. Because when it comes to business, I'm unemotional. As a fan, I'm very emotional. So I think I've made people money.
Just had to get that out there.
All right, so you're giving him a hard time on the Jets. Okay, we get it.
You know what's happening with that, though. You have to understand why it's so remarkable to be a Jets fan. Because
you learned to lose?
No, because I think, it's very similar to the framework that you just said. For someone not to think that they're going to be the biggest player in the business that they're going after in a decade means they've lost before they've started. Like, why wouldn't you? It's one thing for the fans in the crowd to think something. What do you think? I think one of the great things about having real ambition, like the amount of Super Bowls I'm going to win when I buy the Jets are going to come directly from jokes like this on stage. These are chips on shoulders. Chips on fucking shoulders matter.
Gary, I just want to get one thing out there. I will bet on you for everything other than winning Super Bowls over the Crafts and the Patriots. Sorry, buddy.
I am going to win Super Bowls when I buy the Jets, and I'm going to play this clip, and I'm going to end it with, fuck you, Michael Rubin.
Perfect. Well, we should have a good wager that goes before one of us is not on this planet. We'll see.
Listen, modern technology, like I've got 60 more years of damage.
That's fair.
All right, well, let's get back to
Yes.
DraftKings. So why did you want to get involved?
There's a bet on DraftKings right now. Will Gary win multiple Super Bowls?
That's a
while he's
great
on this
idea.
planet?
All right.
That's how you should launch your platform.
Perfect. Will you promote it for me?
100%.
Okay, great.
Okay, why did you get, I'm going to just,
DraftKings hired so my agency, VaynerMedia, back to like the way we both think and probably why we have a friendship is, when I started VaynerMedia 13 years ago, I was coming from the wine retail business. And I looked at Madison Avenue and I said, my God, these guys and girls have this all wrong. They are completely obsessed with potential reach and just delusion of where the internet is about to take us. And so I saw an opportunity to create a business. And over the last 13 years, we've built the largest independent agency in the world. And that is just facts. And so DraftKings rightly decided to hire VaynerMedia for marketing. And, and then, to Michael's point, that crew, those founders, they're just good guys.
Great guys.
Jason really knows his stuff, and Kalish and I really hit it off because he loves to collect stuff. And we started talking through the business about collecting cards and things of that nature. And then he got very excited about the NFT space, and we just decided to do a podcast.
okay, so then, based on everything in your experiences in growing properties, what is your advice to Jason or Amy Howe at FanDuel on how to think about fanatics coming into this space?
They should be concerned because the reality is anytime you have I have the most confidence that I'm going to build the best XYZ always, but to be delirious and not understand the competitive landscape is also a dangerous strategy. And so I believe that what Michael is doing is the preview to what many great operators are going to do over the next 20 years, because the way technology is today, it makes all the sense in the world to go vertical and horizontal if you are capable.
See, and one thing I throw in there is I actually think it's a really big space, so there actually is room for lots of great companies like DraftKings and FanDuel. That's not me just being politically correct. I really feel that way. And Jason and I talk about it all the time. Like this is a really big space. What we're looking forward to is leveraging the structural advantages that we have at Fanatics to kind of build, kind of a more integrated and, kind of best experience for the fan long term. And truly global.
You don't have to be as remarkable as Jason to hear we're acquiring customers at $12 over here and we're going to bring them over here. I don't, some things are just uncomfortably obvious, but this isn't about the strategy. It's why Michael, I put out every strategy I have in the world publicly for free the second I come up with it. The reason I do that is because most people can't execute it.
Right.
So, by the way, and that takes courage, and it's funny. We come from the same mold from that perspective. I often say what I'm going to do, and I'm not worried about it because I think we're uniquely positioned to do it. And by the way, sometimes that's wrong, and you put your foot in your mouth, and you say, God, I wish I would have kept my mouth shut.
Absolutely.
But, 99% of the time, I'm willing to tell people, here's exactly what we're going to do, and here's our script. And, we feel based on the unique, position of Fanatics, we can do this better for the sports fan. And so other people don't have that, kind of inherent advantages that we have.
Well, really insightful. Thank you very much. I think we were talking about the Jets for a second. No, it's a lifelong dream of yours.
Yes.
So, you were kind enough to give Michael some advice on his brand. Michael, you have owned the Sixers for 11 years now. What are the key lessons? Because I think it's going to happen. This guy is a force of nature. What are the key lessons that you learned that you want to pass on to Gary if he actually goes on to own the Jets?
Well, first, I'm one of one of several owners in the group, led by Josh Harris and David Blitzer, a great partnership, and we have been at it now for 11 years. I'd say the biggest thing that I think a lot of really smart new owners get wrong is they try to be overly involved versus picking the right people to lead the team. We're fortunate enough to, this conference is started by you and Darryl, and we're fortunate enough to have Darryl leading our basketball organization. And I think, that's why we're a much better basketball team this year. And, I think to me, what I've always taken the same philosophy that I had in business and apply it to sports, which is get the best freaking people on the planet and then get out of the way, okay, and only be involved in the biggest decision. And Darryl will say, he'll call me, he'll tell me about something about some player I've never heard of, or something. I'm like, Darryl, I don't care. Don't even, why are you telling me this? Because I only care about the big things. What do I care about? I care about having Darryl leading basketball. I care about having Doc as a coach. I care about having Tad Brown as our CEO. And I care about having, ownership stay out of the way, other than on the biggest and most strategic decisions. I think that's how you win. And that's actually not what a lot of new owners do. And I see a lot of new owners, they're super smart, like Gary said, they get in there, they want to be in the draft room, and they want to be, dictating everything that happens, and you know what they do? They generally screw it up. So, I'd say if you're actually fortunate enough one day to, own the Jets, I'd say the biggest thing you want to do is pick the best people, be supportive of them, and not, try to do their jobs for them, because it never works. And the history of people trying to do the jobs of the people that, they should be getting the best people to do it, it never works out.
My strategy is when I buy the team, I'm gonna
be honest. Be honest right now.
I'm gonna be the GM, the head coach, and the starting wide receiver.
Perfect.
No, I honestly think.
Would you listen?
Yeah, I mean, by the way, I'm actually more comfortable in that zone as well. Obviously, when you're as passionate, I haven't missed a play of a New York Jets game live, no DVR bullshit, since 1982.
Wow.
So this is like foundational for me. I was born in the former Soviet Union. I would argue that Jets football was my kind of like American moment. Yeah. It's a very big part of my life. So the discipline required to do exactly what Michael's saying, which is 100% the right blueprint. I promised my brother AJ, who's 11 years younger than me and is going to absolutely be on this journey with me, I said, listen, I'm going to do all that, everything he just said. But I said, but the one thing I'm going to need is I'm still going to need to be able to pick the 7th round pick. I'm keeping that.
Yeah.
Now, the one thing I will tell you is sports needs owners like Gary, because that's the next generation. And for me, I'm actually going to a different place in my life. People ask me all the time. I'm 100% focused on Fanatics. I will not be, for me, my only involvement is the Sixers. I will not be doing anything incremental for probably the next several decades, if it ever again in my life.
Wow.
I'm 100% locked into making Fanatics, the most incredible digital sports platform in the world, and I don't want any distractions from that. But I actually think sports does need great owners, and I think, if every league could have, incredible owners, across the board, it's going to make it better for the fan. It's going to make it better for the players. There's going to be more money involved. There's going to be better product on the field, on the court, on the ice. So, I love that Gary wants to, own a football team or own the Jets in this case. And, I think that, the sports leagues can't have enough great owners.
Well, so I think what you're saying is the Jets need an owner.
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying that I think Gary would be a good owner of a sports team.
All right. Well, one of the.
Get me in trouble like that.
I know. I was just kidding.
It's a good try, though.
Thanks. One of the things that I admire about both of you is that you have started so many different businesses and in so many different verticals. And so I'd love to get a little bit of perspective of what is the difference between being a serial entrepreneur versus a one-hit wonder?
Talent. Like, that's just real life. Like, I think, first of all, being a one-hit wonder is something that should be cheered more often. I've had interactions with a lot of people who've only had one big business win or only had one hit record. Like, that's hard. That's hard. I'm on a board of a company yesterday, and we were talking about a situation, and the outcome might not be as great, but the outcome is a 0.0001% success. So I think talent is one. I also think it's DNA. I think Michael gave you a really interesting insight to why things work for him as an entrepreneur around his content. He said, I can only do things that feel comfortable. I have so many friends who've accomplished so much more financially in business world who always tell me that I do too many things, that I'm doing too many things.
You are.
And I say to them, that's great if your KPI is to maximize your financial output. My KPI is to maximize my happiness.
Yeah.
But I'll debate that for a second. Tell you, I'm more happy, locked in, and focused right now.
That's exactly right.
Right now,
that's
and
exactly
focused
right.
on making Fanatics the most incredible company I can.
That's exactly right, and I think that's amazing. For me, I need the creativity of doing some other things alongside with my cores. I need the side dish. I need the amuse-bouche. I need that. That makes me happier. And so I think for everybody out here, it's a game of self-awareness. I think a lot of people only have one hit because they try to run the same blueprint they did the first time, but the world changes.
So I need you doing multiple things too, because you make me smarter. So the good thing is you go out there and figure it out, and then you just help me, and that's what dumb guys like me actually need help with. So it's perfect. I'll tell you, it's also about what people want. I was with somebody over the holiday break who started a company. 3 or 4 years later, they sold it for $20 billion. They had less than 100 employees, and they said to me, "I don't want to do this again. I'm thrilled with what I'm doing." So, for me, I'm going to work my ass off every day until I die because I have fun. That's what I'm passionate about. I wake up, I go to bed, I'm excited, I love the action. I don't know what I'd do if I didn't have it. I would literally I would be looking at my phone waiting for action. Now, now I wake up and go to bed exhausted every day because I have too much action. So, it's all about how you're wired. I mean,
100%.
There are people, some people, money is a main objective. I don't even care about money. I care about
winning,
competing, winning,
100%.
having fun, learning. And by the way, if you do care about money, it will always follow if you care about those things. If your main objective is I want to learn, I want to grow, I want to compete,
Innovate.
Yeah, you want to innovate, all of that together. The money does always follow, but I don't care about it at all. I just care about maximizing every minute of every day.
Well, pretty like-minded and very successful folks. That's great advice. I'm going to take questions from the audience. We have had a lot of great discussions, so I think we're only going to have time for one. So you guys have both alluded to the impact of the blockchain on sports. And so I think that's a positive. I would like to hear one area. We've talked about ticketing, so put that one aside, where you think it could be used. But also, what is the biggest threat right now to the sports industry?
Biggest overall threat or biggest threat from blockchain?
Go with the overall threat first.
Overall.
I'm curious what you think.
Yeah.
Look, I think every industry changes radically, and I think sports is the greatest entertainment in the world, but we got to keep making it more relevant, and we got to keep keeping it fresh and innovative, and so for me, I think it's continue to innovate, and if you don't, you die. And I think look, things that were relevant become less relevant. You can't take anything for granted. So I'd say the second you become complacent in sports, I think you're dead. And so what I'd say is you got to keep pushing it on getting better, changing, evolving, better satisfying the fan. I mean, I look every day. I don't look at what we do right. I look at what we're doing wrong. What can we do better? So you got to take that same mentality toward.
I think there's something interesting there, though, because I think the way I would answer the question is similar to macro, micro. We talked earlier about blockchain versus NFT projects. There's nothing threatening sports. And here's why. If you look at the history of man and woman, it is like music and other aspects, it's going to be there forever. The threats sit in the micro. Super Bowl I did not sell out. The 82 NBA finals were on tape delay in America. Esports is real. Pickleball is taking market share from tennis. So the macro of sports is forever. The people that are vulnerable are the people that just think their sport. Boxing and horse racing and baseball dominated 1945, and that's 2 seconds ago. And so what you see is complacency when you're the league or the sport that's dominating the day, which is why innovation comes along. MMA versus boxing in 1978 in America, which is, again, 5 minutes ago, is not even a conversation. The first one didn't even exist. So I think what you look at, to Michael's point, is there are a lot of leagues at the top across the paradigm of sports globally, call them the top 25, that are incredibly vulnerable because they are absolutely in a framework of selfish behavior, not selfless to the fan, innovation, and coming up with the times. And I think that's the more exciting thing to watch play out over the next 20 years. The leagues that lose market share and the leagues and personalities and sports that emerge out of nowhere.
Amazing points across the board. So I'm so sad that we're at the end of this time because I really would want to talk with you for much longer. But I want to bring it all back together at the end. A couple of the learnings from today. The NFTs are going to crash. You have to create value, extra value, for when it goes down for your fans. So a huge focus on relationships, the fan, authenticity, being human.
Taking advantage of the contract on the utility.
Taking advantage of the contract of the utility. Blending quantitative and qualitative. Having patience. It's going to take 10 years or so to figure it out. Most people can't execute. And lastly, have fun and learn. So thank you both so much for kicking off Sloan. This has been an absolute pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for joining us at the 2022 Sloan Sports Analytics Conference. My name is Jen Whaley, and I'm a first-year MBA student at MIT Sloan. It is my pleasure and honor to introduce our panel today, The Power of Athletics on Society, 50 Years of Title IX Impact and the Path Forward, presented by Wasserman. Our panelists today are the United States Secretary of Education, Miguel Cardona, the Massachusetts Attorney General, Maura Healey, point guard for the Seattle Storm, Sue Bird, American artistic gymnast, Loy Hernandez. And our panel will be moderated by Shira Springer, journalist and lecturer at Boston University and MIT Sloan. This panel will run for 1 hour. And with that, I'll turn it over to you, Shira.
Thank you, Jen. Thank you to the Sloan Sports Analytics Conference, and thank you all for being here today. I'm really excited to talk about Title IX since it's an area of passion for me. Having participated in college athletics, I've been a beneficiary of Title IX. But I want to go back 50 years ago when Senator Birch Bayh championed Title IX and actually drafted the legislation, or drafted the language for the federal legislation. And he said at the time, one of the great failings of the American educational system was its unjustified discrimination against women. And he saw the ripple effects of that discrimination, how it impacted all facets of life, from access to jobs to financial security. And over the years, though, Title IX and its impact has come to mean many things to many different people. And I'm just curious, and this is where I want to kick it off, what does it stand for? What does Title IX stand for in your mind? And also, what has been, the personal impact of Title IX on your life? So the ripple effects in a personal way. I thought I'd throw that out to the whole panel, and maybe, Miguel, we'll start with you.
Sure. Well, glad to be here, glad to be part of this amazing panel, and it's probably one of the most important laws out there. I've been in education over 2 decades, and I can't think of another law that's as important as this one. It stands for opportunities. Opportunities. That's how basic it is. Opportunities for all of our students. They have the same opportunities as others to engage in, whether it's sports, and it's not just sports too. It's scholarship opportunities and STEM fields. So it's opportunity. It opens doors for students to look at the potential that's out there and know that that's there for them. And in my experience, starting as a 4th grade teacher, school principal, district leader, commissioner, and now secretary, I've seen students really find themselves, find their passions, and be able to follow those passions because of Title IX. As a father, I got a sophomore at home, Celine, who I saw so much growth in her as a young athlete. And the skills that she developed, I believe, are really going to influence what she does, what she chooses to do for the rest of her life. So as an educator and as a parent, I can tell you firsthand, I've seen tremendous impact in opportunities and opening doors for our students.
I've also heard you try not to miss a game that your daughter plays in. And just from that perspective, as a father, as a dad, the support and supporting women in athletics.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, as I said before, I was in Vegas last week or 2 weeks ago, and I was talking to students we were talking about the pandemic and what it meant and how coming back, how important it was. And without question, each of the students said that their engagement in co-curricular activities, and I say co-curricular, not extracurricular, they're co-curricular, were more of an influencer for them to want to be back to school. That sense of family that they have with their teams and their personal growth because of athletics. So Title IX it's really about developing our youngsters into who they're going to be when they grow up. Yeah.
More of the impact of Title IX, how you see it as a professional, as AG, but also obviously personal impact because you played college and professional basketball.
Well, we can't talk about that when I'm up here on a stage.
You can't?
I had a little detour, yeah. All right, the professional. I mean, this is a law. It is the first law that bans discrimination based on sex. So that is a big deal. And if you go back to 72, at the time, schools were allocating only 1% of their budgets on women's sports. Women were getting, in the academic arena, maybe 7 or 9% of all degrees in law and medicine, for example. as a result of Title IX, so much has changed. And huge credit to the athletes, to the coaches, and to others who went, so we can talk a lot about this because a lot has happened over the last 50 years and more needs to happen, but it is very significant because it is the first law that actually bans discrimination based on sex. For me personally, I wouldn't be here today were it not for Title IX because I had opportunities to play, particularly in college. Growing up as a kid, I was generally the only girl on the team. It was all boys for the various sports I played, but I think through high school and through college, more and more was available for girls and women. And through sports, I learned, obviously, the power of leadership and teamwork and discipline and failure and resilience and adversity. And I think for women in particular, the studies show that more and more women rise to the levels of the C-suite, rise to levels of political leadership. Just by way of example, the more they are college athletes, actually, there's a correlation there. So sports is big time important to me personally.
Lori, I'll toss the question over to you.
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest thing, the entire foundation is both mirrored off of what they've said. It's that it sounds obvious, but discrimination is not okay, especially between sexes. So the idea of equality between sports, especially for women to come up and to show all the things that they've worked hard for. I mean, we can vouch that it takes time, it takes energy. So to have that representation out there, and especially for me as a kid growing up and seeing female athletes, it made sure that I never once had a question if I could do it or not. So that was my biggest takeaway. And I think personally, a little tough because I was homeschooled, from 3rd grade all the way up until I graduated high school, but I've seen what it's done for my teammates, especially those who have gone and done college gymnastics, and the opportunities that they get are just tenfold. So it's important, everybody gets to be seen.
Yeah, very similar. I think it represents in my life opportunity, and the story that I like to tell about Title IX is just that I really didn't know what it was, and that's actually a compliment to it because I had chances to play. I had teams available to me, both growing up through high school, college, et cetera. So that's kind of the good of it, is that I am a direct beneficiary of the fact that this was passed in the 70s. I grew up in the 80s and 90s. So it's a good sign. At the same time, the fact that we need to have it at all is, the frustrating part. The fact that we need to defend it at all now is the frustrating part. So I can kind of see, or I've kind of lived both sides of that.
Got it. Now I want to just sort of level set here and give a little bit of background on Title IX, because in 1972, when President Nixon signed the legislation, it actually didn't mention athletics in the original wording. So I'm curious, Maura, can you talk a little bit about the original intent of Title IX and specifically how it came to be so closely associated, or why it became so closely associated with women's athletics?
Yeah, it's pretty remarkable. I mean, 37 words, never mentions sports, never mentions athletics, but it came about as a result of a lot of advocacy and an effort coming through the 60s, and a recognition that, wait, it is really not acceptable that women are so underrepresented in academia, in degrees, and yes, also in sports. But, it's why is it so associated with sports? Again, I credit the fearlessness and the advocacy of the women who came well before me. I too am the beneficiary, who were willing to stand up, the coaches, the players, who were willing to stand up and make this an issue. Make this an issue about gym time and uniforms and, basic budgets. And I think that's, a credit to the athletes and those in the arena for making this so pronounced and really important, because sports give us a lot in life, a lot of foundational stuff that is really, really critical. And I'm so grateful for those who really took up the torch.
Now, Miguel, I'm curious, for the Department of Education, how do you quantify the importance of access to sports for all students from an educational standpoint? How does that how do you quantify
The fact that we're even asking that in 2022 is a little, it kind of, as my kids would say, cringeworthy.
But it needs to be asked.
It does. It does. The fact that we have to talk about equal access and put in systems to ensure that disproportionality is addressed speaks to the fact that we still have a lot of work to do. It may not be as overt, but it's still there. We see examples of it every once in a while. A story will come out where they'll show a picture of one, a weightlifting room for one team and a weightlifting room for another team. And it's a reminder that we're not where we need to be yet. So for me, it's about promoting a culture of equity in our schools, of access, so that every child that walks through a schoolhouse door knows that that building is there, that the community is there to help them meet their goals. And as I said before, it goes beyond sports. This is really about personal development. When those students looked me in the eye last week and said, if it weren't for my team, I wouldn't feel as well as I feel. I wouldn't feel as connected. I wouldn't want to achieve those goals that I have, whether it's in sports or not. This is my second family. I was at a school in Indiana, and I heard a student tell me, freshman, who the pandemic disrupted 8th grade. So this kid is now a sophomore in a school where he stepped foot in that school the first time this year. Freshman year was on, the computer. And he said, if it weren't for my team, I don't know that I would want to be here. I wouldn't be succeeding. So we need to recognize that athletics do more than just provide physical fitness or activity. It's really about someone's personal development. So for me, it goes down to the basic fundamental reason we exist as an education institution, to make sure we're bringing out the potential that the students have and letting them explore what interests them. And to have such disparities today is still an area that we want to elevate. We want to make sure that we're not just having folks follow Title IX because it's the law, but because it's the right thing to do. We want to create the cultural shifts that in some parts of our country, as I was saying in the back room, seem to be worse now than before, 2-3 years ago. So it really is, for me, a fundamental guiding principle that should lead the work of education and lead the work of educational leaders across the country.
I want to turn a little bit to the athlete perspective and jump off of something that Miguel said. He said there's still work to do, still a lot of work to do. And I'm wondering from an athlete perspective, where do you see the most work needing to be done? And with that, Miguel also mentioned the fact that, 2 different weight rooms, obviously referring to what happened last March during the men's and women's NCAA basketball tournament, where we all saw, thanks to Sedona Prince, that one of the weight rooms was just wholly inadequate. And the men's was all decked out. So still work to do. Where should priorities be?
Priorities. I mean, I make that face because it's like everywhere. Yeah. I don't even know, it depends on the day you ask me how I feel about this, what avenue. I mean, whenever we talk about women's sports, Maury just mentioned something about like 1% of women, at one point were receiving. Everything's in like the single digits of percentage. It's like we get 4% of the media coverage. We get, 6% of the corporate sponsorship. It's like it's always in the 1%. And I think, I don't really know that I have an exact answer. I think what frustrates me the most is, in my experience, if a female athlete or a team, in order for them to be treated in a way that the men are treated, they have to achieve this amazing amount of success. They have to be this total outlier and kill it in all the ways in order to get that. But for men's teams, for male athletes, they just have to show up. And they get treated a certain way, and they get, they have the luxury of certain facilities, or, you mentioned the NCAA tournament. And that, to me, is always an issue. And then even when the woman or the team has the success, the focus still somehow is like on all the things, the 1 or 2 things they're not doing, or the 1 or 2 ways in which they're not successful. And yet the men, they don't have to be great. They can still just show up. So that, to me, is something that is really frustrating.
So it seems that cultural piece that keeps coming up, the need for some cultural change in the way we value women and women athletes. Lori.
Yeah, I think my biggest point of view is media coverage. It's pretty explanatory.
Go there,
So-
go there. The 4% that Sue mentioned, right?
Yeah, it's simply flat out just not fair. And a good quote that my friend Deanna said was, "How can you be a fan of something you don't see?" So, I think coverage for women should be just as much. And it's an interesting position for me because gymnastics is predominantly a female-run sport. And so that's where also it's like, okay, we need to make sure that it is equal. That is essentially what Title IX is going for. But at the same time, coverage is important. Media is everything nowadays. Social media is everything nowadays. Everybody has a phone. Everybody is able to kind of check in and see what's going on in the world. And if the media coverage isn't equal, especially when it comes to sports like basketball and baseball, I just don't think we see enough of that. So
maybe we'll stay on social media just for a moment here, because it seems interesting to me how much female athletes have mobilized fan bases and have used that to tell their personal stories and to create a platform and an avenue when the perhaps platform and avenue of mainstream media is a bit blocked or that's limited for them. So I'd like to hear if anyone who wants to chime in on this, but it seems athlete-oriented, but the role of social media is continuing to play in women's sports, and the way in which female athletes are using that to empower them and to empower their fans, quite frankly. See it a lot in the WNBA.
Yeah, no, social media is huge for women's athletes right now because, you basically said it. We don't get the coverage in other ways. But now we have a chance to have our own platforms, to use those to, whether it's you want to show somebody the cool outfit you're wearing, or you want to talk about activism and get, the things that are important to you out into the world. You can also, again, you said the WNBA, mobilize in a way where it's uniform, and then it's like even more powerful when you have, 100+ people doing it at the same time. But it's been crucial to, I think, again, specific to basketball, the change we've seen in the last couple years. Social media has played a huge role because we actually have control over that. We can now use that to, again, get messages out there because we're not getting the coverage. We're just not. It's really that simple, and it's really that sad, actually.
I love how this is being used because you're literally cutting out the middleman.
Yeah.
and you're going around a system that's not designed equitably either, as you mentioned. So you take it upon yourself to show, and you have the control over that. So I love to see that. I love to see how that's getting more attention, and that's people are noticing that.
Yeah, and we can use it to call things out, right? Like things happen. We never really had that voice, that microphone, and now so whatever obviously Sedona Prince in the NCAA tournament is just an amazing example because we all know it, and it's like it was so just in your face. But had she not had TikTok. We never would have seen that. And then, of course, it makes you, realize, oh, this has been happening. We just never saw it. And there was no way to get the attention. So it's really been everything.
Lori, do you have anything you want to add on the subject matter, the power of social media for women athletes?
Yeah, I don't want to speak for anyone, but I know, especially in the gymnastics world, social media has played a huge role in the things that we're seeing and the coverage that we're getting, especially with everything that's happened with the sport within the last decade or so and within the last few years. That is a case, that essentially everyone knows about, and it's because of social media it's being talked about. And granted, with that and a story of an old coach that I've had, it was emotional and verbal abuse, and through social media that was something that was talked about. It was getting thousands of comments of feedback, hey, I went through the same thing, and because of social media we're able to spread the word, not just about what's not happening, and especially because of TikTok. Man, TikTok is such a world. Now that's a place. But social media, it allows for speaking up about not getting enough coverage, about the inequalities of the world, but especially in sport, and now also on the platform and the scale of social media. On the scale of mental health. That's something that's very important.
Right. And because they're not going to give themselves the credit they're due, I spend my time, Attorney General, we bring cases, investigations, you're trying to change things, right? It's through action. Nothing can have an effect similar to the effect that these folks have had using their social media platforms for good. And if you think about the issues of our time, who has it been speaking out on issues of sexual violence, sexual harassment, mental health, racial justice, gender equity? Female athletes, right? We can call up these examples just in the last 2-3 years. And that platform is so powerful. And it's just, this is why we have Title IX. This is what it empowers, right? This is why we need to support. Look at the leadership that comes. And again, I really credit women athletes in particular for using their voice. To go back to the point about the disparities, it is also terrible and really shameful and needs to be addressed that so much of the burden is on women athletes, women coaches. You know, in how many collegiate programs are the women coaches and women athletes being asked to do more in terms of marketing and promotion, right? If you build it, they will come. But if you don't show it, how are people going to know? So I think there needs to be a much greater alignment of priorities around equity, and that means a big infusion of investment and attention when it comes to marketing, because it's not fair that so much of the burden resides on women athletes in sport.
You know, through social media, through social media, they call themselves beneficiaries of it. I would argue, you know, you didn't know what Title IX was. Most girl athletes don't, but they do know that you stand for something. And they see you're using your influence to promote things that are going to help them. So in essence, I look at what you're doing and what women athletes do as the true embodiment of what Title IX is, empowering. And I'll be honest with you, you know, I have a 15-year-old. She's paying attention to the social media posts that are being put, not to the regulation that lives that's 50 years old. So I don't think you're giving yourselves enough credit for what you're doing to enhance the messaging and provide synergy behind what can be done. And I think through social media and through the leadership, we're going to get further faster because of the leaders that are using their social media and their influence to push it along. But I'd like to see it not be, as you said, just the women athletes. I think we need to do better, and we need to shift the culture in our institutions to make sure that everybody's talking about it.
I also feel like, you know, Title IX was created because, you know, women weren't being talked about or being inserted into the picture. And it would be so helpful if everybody spoke up about it. And it's predominantly women because we're most affected by it. But if everybody joins in, you know, if we're already creating such a big movement, how wild would it be if it was everyone, if it was both men and women and everyone in between? Like, I think that would just start a pretty big fire. Yeah. I'd like to see that.
It's true, and I mean, I don't want to keep going on this, but your point is well taken. Boys need to see this.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is not just about my daughter. This is about my son seeing this. This is about our institution leaders, those who have positions of influence to see this. Almost more so. You know, I feel the same way about supporting our transgender athletes. We all need to be standing up for injustices that are so blatant right now. And I think your point is one that we don't talk about enough, but we should be talking about. That it's everyone's issue, not just girls and women.
So I'm just curious, it's everyone's issues. What do we do? I mean, are there steps that we can take? We know that we've identified the issue, but how do we fix it? Are there things that we can do, you know, to get more involvement, to change the culture, to flip a switch somehow? What are steps that we all can take? Not just the athletes and not just the female athletes, but all of us, journalists included.
Let's hear from you guys first.
Yeah. I mean, the first word that comes to mind is obviously allyship and like what that means. So just to be able to have more allies, but I actually think the secretary brought it up best, and it's something that I talk a lot about now. Yes, when we go into rooms and we're speaking to kids, it's like you want to empower the little girls in the room, right? And you want them to have the see it, be it moment. You want to be able to give them that. But at the same time, I'm like, I'm looking at you boys. Yep. I'm looking at the boys, and I'm like, they also need to see these women in these positions, not just athletes, but whatever the case may be, because it's like if the little girls are having the see it, be it, I think the little boys are having like a see it, respect it or something happening to them, and it becomes very normal and natural for them to see a professional women's basketball player, and that's just the norm. And I think what I find is, when I come across a certain age group, probably like in the 20s, 30s, it's just the tendency is to hate on women's athletes. And I think they just grew up not having it, not seeing it, not knowing it. So it's just, that's like, I don't know why that's like the default. Like they need to check in with that. That says more about them. That's like somehow the default in this. But I do think like putting an emphasis on teaching young boys is really crucial to all of this.
That's huge. The default is to hate on female athletes. Literally, you'll bring one up in conversation, and the first thing is like, oh, well, you want to know all the things she hasn't done?
Yeah, or I could take her.
Yeah, I could do it. It's like, but did you?
Yeah.
You're talking about her. Like, she did it. But yeah, to join in, it would just be the conversation being had with everyone involved. I do feel like that's why this panel is so important, because we're sharing the experience, and you're also a part of the secretary. Like we're joining in on all of this, and it's the conversation. But allyship is so important. Being active about allyship, talking about it, especially on social media, and seeing that, especially from male athletes. That's something that we could really use, because we're doing a lot.
We are.
I agree with everything. And one of the things I observed, so like I'm old now, and we're still playing in our like senior basketball leagues, but a lot of my friends have kids who play, right? It's amazing to me how many girls' sports teams are coached by men, and how there are very few women coaching boys. And so if you ask like what we can do on the local level, how can we get, more women coaching boys, more women coaching girls? That's one thing. And, it sometimes is just the case that women, are busy sort of running a household, maintaining a job, and, dealing with dinner and homework and everything. And even though they were college athletes, are not the ones coaching. It's the husband who, maybe played some junior high ball, JV high school, right? Out there, yeah, honestly. So I think some more like engagement that way is important. And then money matters, right? Money matters, and this is such a wonderful conference of so many stakeholders. I would just implore you all to think about the actual dollars, where they're going in terms of the investment. Because if it's at 4%, think about what you could do if you 3 times, 4 times that, right? You're not even at 50, but imagine what you could do. And that's the kind of intentionality and engagement that we need. We shouldn't have to wait for litigation. We shouldn't have to wait for lawsuits to bring this kind of change. And I think that I think those are just some things.
Yeah, well said. And it's athletes of this caliber having to talk about the deficit mentality around women's sports. It's frustrating. It's frustrating. But you're identifying what still exists today. So when you ask, what can we do about it? For me, there's a two-pronged approach, support and accountability. I always say they have to be equal, support and accountability. The accountability, OCR, we're gonna go after anything, and we're gonna take it seriously, and we're going to investigate, and we're going to make sure that the laws are followed. But it's really also about creating the capacity to change that culture, to ensure that we have hiring practices that put people in positions of authority that lead with that equity, so they don't have to have the threat of an investigation to make the right decision. It's shifting that culture in our country that we still have a lot of work to do. So what can we do? We can lift up examples of where it's working. We can promote capacity building around equity to make sure that the decisions are being made naturally because they want to do it, not because somebody's watching over them. I think that's the thing. We want it to be intrinsic. I was in a cabinet meeting yesterday, and the president, it was amazing. We're around the table, and the president took a moment to say, this cabinet looks like America. There were 11 men, 10 women, obviously the president, vice president. And the backgrounds in the room, it was something that we noticed, and it was a moment. It was a moment yesterday. I think we need to do more of that to acknowledge where it's working, why it's working, and the intentionality behind why it's working, not just enforcing. I think the enforcing comes almost after the fact. You want to create the right culture, the right behaviors, you want to hire well, so that you have people whose mentality and intrinsic motivation is to make sure that you're doing what's right because it's the right thing to do, and promoting equality in all the decisions that are made, whether it's funding, facilities, or whatever, who we're hiring to coach. Those decisions have to be made by someone that really believes it. I think that's our responsibility, to make sure we're putting the right people in the right positions.
I also think, though, we have to acknowledge that a system that relies on self-reporting, that's not going to work. And so I appreciate the transparency and the push for transparency. And so, for example, with respect to colleges and universities or the high schools, whether you're on the board, whether you're an overseer, ask the questions and push. What is your entity doing with respect to transparency and the real numbers? Because for far too long, far too many have had to fight for transparency. And for coaches who ask those questions, they should not be penalized. They should not be penalized. And there have been too many instances, I think, where women coaches are penalized for asking those questions, as we speak today. So I think that, that's an issue. Self-reporting is an issue, and a system that relies on self-reporting is an issue. And, need more. I'm in the hammer camp, too, for a reason, because self-reporting doesn't always result in what you want in terms of the important culture change, which is absolutely essential.
Yeah, I'm wondering, it seems like culture change and enforcement are inextricably tied together, right? Because the mechanism for enforcement is this self-reporting. And you mentioned OCR, just as some background here. Institutions are responsible, so that self-reporting part, for complying with federal laws. And again, they self-report whether they are in compliance with Title IX. But the OCR, Office of Civil Rights of the Department of Education, is there to enforce it. Right. And so I'm wondering, does the mechanism for enforcement have to change to prompt the culture change? It's not like it's a bit of a chicken and egg, sort of, which do you do first? How do you tackle that? And I was going to say,
this is above my pay grade.
I turned 22 in June, so.
Hey, they're the athletes. They know. They live this experience, so I don't even want to speak. I will say this, though, that if you ask an athletic director, over 50% of them would tell you they don't know who their legally required Title IX coordinator is. Okay? So, that is a problem. And Shira, I forget your question, but OCR.
And this the self-reporting and how, what comes first.
And I would say, I've been a civil rights lawyer for a long time now, used to run the civil rights division here, worked a lot with the Department of Ed over the years. We don't have the capacity or resources, given the number of institutions and schools, to credibly tell you that that is going to be a vehicle to make change, right? So that's why I think more advocacy and push within institutions is going to be really important if we're going to change what needs changing.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think, and I'm thinking about other accountability systems, and, there has to be a mix of internal and external, right? But that's why I'm inspired by how social media has created a grassroots, bottom-up accountability system that we need to pay attention to. And yes, OCR is there and we take the investigations, but we need everyone to be paying attention to this and everyone to be an ally on this. I think, having external accountability partners that exist out there are important too, so that folks know that, we are watching this. We should be disaggregating data. We should be putting it out there. We're at an analytics conference. We should be looking at that. Just like throughout my career, we've been disaggregating achievement data based on race and place. Why wouldn't we be doing this in athletics around access? Because we know I spent the first part of this conversation talking about this is more than just sports. This is about children feeling that they can achieve, finding goals and achieving their goals, and then ending up in the C-suite, right? So this is really, I think we need a new level of accountability that's external, that works with, that lifts up those examples, internal and external. But I do think part of it is also in the capacity building, ensuring that we're hiring the right people that believe this, that get this, in the top positions, so that we're not having to find where they messed up to fix the problem. That to me is it's almost too late. Damage was done.
Yeah, I mean, I can comment on it. I think, so recently, as in literally the last couple of days, an article came out on Sports Illustrated about WNBA and charter flights, and it's not even about getting in the weeds on, were the charter flights offered? Did the league say no? Like, there's two sides to this. It's not even about that, but the beauty of that article, and actually a WNBA article came out yesterday, or an article about the WNBA, and Kathy, our commissioner, was able to speak and kind of do her own little fact check. But what's interesting is that article, whether it's true or not, is enough to now charter flights are like in the conversation. So in the room, right, like you obviously have this amazing cabinet room where it's like diverse and you've got all these voices. You realize, A, how important that is to have different perspectives in that room. But also now, whether we get charter flights tomorrow or 5 years or 10 years or 15, it's now a conversation in that room because of one article. Right. And it'll always be in that conversation now. So that to me is where I find younger athletes are like killing it. Because I feel like I have a little bit of like PTSD of like, just be thankful that you even have a chance to play. I fight that almost daily. But my younger teammates, they're like, nah, what's up with the charter flight? Like they just want charter flights. They don't care. And I'm like, well, the economics. that's like the PTSD in me, But they like fight. And then an article comes out, and now it's a conversation, and that's how change. And that's just one example. We could probably all pull like numerous examples. So to me, it's about sometimes you just got to like get it out there, whether it's social media or a proper article, for the change for people to realize they need to change. It like forces the hand.
I think one other thing that's come into the conversation, and Lori, I know you wanted to speak about, mental health has come into the conversation. That's an important aspect of what women athletes have brought onto social media and elsewhere. So it's another great example. One of the examples I think you're alluding to, Sue.
Yeah, I mean, even just separately, mental health in sports, from my experience, was not something that was prominent or talked about or any of the things. My mom is a social worker, so I grew up with lots of feelings in the house. It was really great, you guys. Kidding, she was wonderful. But, I was always taught that the mind and body are two beautiful and wonderful things, and both need to be treated equally. Both are just as important, and if you lack one, the balance is just not right, and things will kind of go wrong there. Sports psychology was not involved in our program from my understanding. There was not really, especially in the era of gymnastics that I was in, things were very strict. They had like a very cutthroat program. We would go to this training camp for 5 days, once a month, every month until meet season, and it was just this entire program that they built. You didn't want to show that you wanted to talk about that, because as soon as you talk about that, then you're not strong enough to just handle it on your own, and then you're out, and they look at somebody else who doesn't want to talk about it. So it's like, that has started to change a bit, so I hope, fingers crossed, and I've noticed some little things, but in the era of gymnastics that I was in, as a kid who had a lot of anxiety growing up, especially getting ready for meet season and competitions, and watching my teammates stand there and kind of, take a deep breath, shake it out, and then there's me crying in the corner getting ready to compete. How wonderful would it have been if there was someone there who I was allowed to talk to and say, hey, I'm having these feelings. It doesn't mean that I'm weak. It doesn't mean that I can't keep up. It just, my performance would grow so much better if I knew how to handle this. And I wish that that was implemented not just in gymnastics, but in all sports and for all sexes. There are lots of things going on, especially post-pandemic, and especially within the sports world and the education world. Just as you mentioned, it's so important for these kids and these teenagers to show up to school, and their biggest thing is community and teamwork. And that is something that people thrive on, especially when you have a team that is like brothers and sisters and siblings, that is stronger than most things that we've ever seen. We're all stronger when we work together, and the kids pick up on that before anything else, you know? So I wish that was implemented more. I wish the conversation was a little bit bigger, because something that I struggled with a lot growing up, and I know I'm not the only one. I just know that other people are a little too scared to talk about that. So.
Yeah. So we've talked about a few issues that have come into the conversation, starting with charter flights, mental health, pivoting to mental health. But also, I think another recent bit of news in women's sports was the fact that the pay discrimination lawsuit filed by the U.S. women's national team in soccer was settled for $24 million. And yes, applause for that. And as part of that settlement, there's going to be, there will be equal pay between the women's and men's national team moving forward, and that's for friendlies, for tournaments, and World Cup play. And I'm wondering, one, how big a victory is this? Because it seems like an awfully big victory, but how do you think this victory, this settlement, changes the way women's sports is viewed and valued? So I think that's a question for both athletes, former athletes.
Wannabe athletes.
Wannabe athletes. Talked before about how you wanted to be Jerry Rice.
I wanted to. Yeah.
So how has that changed, the conversation in terms around equal pay?
I think Sue mentioned earlier how, female athletes, we have to do so much just to be recognized, just as much as the men who show up. That's not really fair, don't you think? I think we do just as incredible things. If not, now we have to do more just to be seen. Right. And this is a huge victory. I am not undermining that. It's just in an era of 2022, when we're talking about Title IX and how it was done 50 years ago, we're also still fighting for equality, and that's very prominent today. So there's a bit of a juggle.
They had to be wildly successpressual just to
Yeah.
get a lawsuit done, like wildly successful. They had to win everything. They had to do it the right way. They had to represent in a certain way just to get people in the room and listen to them. So that's just beyond frustrating. But I think what the settlement does is, and Megan said this in her day of press conferences, everybody wins. I win, you win, we all win. Everybody in this room wins. All little girls who are going to grow up and become whatever athlete they become, soccer players, basketball players, they win. And it's really for them. It's a little extra money in everybody's pocket that played on the national team that they are more than deserving of. But the reality is it's really going to help the next generation. That's kind of all the work we're doing now, it's always kind of for the benefit of the next generation. But it was crucial. It's incredibly important. It's going to change how people view things, what a federation like U.S. Soccer, how they'll approach it, what people around them will allow them to do or not allow them to do. It's going to change the whole mindset of it all.
Yeah, I think another degree of accountability for those organizations that run sports federations, national sports teams. Also, it strikes me, the win did not have to just come on the field. They had to win over public opinion in a big way to change the culture. I mean, really change the culture and change the conversation. I don't know if Miguel or Maura, you want to comment on the significance going forward of this settlement.
I think it's hugely significant, and I hope it is a jumping off point. I think it is, it's frustrating that it had to take so much to get to this point, but I think it shows how intractable some of these forces are and the work that we need to do. We're going into March Madness. This is the first time, right, Sue, when you played, one called March Madness for women, right? What do they call it? The Women's Final Four?
Yeah. The NCAA tournament?
Yeah. All right. I never got there, so. So this year, first time, March Madness. Why is that happening? It's happening because a woman basketball player took a video last year in facilities, right? That's why this is happening. And it shouldn't wait for those moments to precipitate the change. So huge credit to women's soccer players for their advocacy and for Megan's leadership. And yes, let this be, a shift in in mindset, hopefully, going forward, a shift in expectation going forward, that we're not going to tolerate what has been. We've just established a new ground game and level set, and here we go. And people need to continue to press on that. Hopefully, it won't be so hard the next time.
Mm-hmm. I think it's monumental. I think it's monumental for a couple of reasons. You know, it shows for girls and boys, your voice matters. If you believe in something, fight for it. So the settlement, the pay, that's great. But we believe in something, we're going to fight for it. That's what resonates for me as an educator. Look it. They believed in something, they fought for something, and look. That's number one. And number two, that conversation about that charter plane maybe wouldn't have happened had it not been for that. Mm-hmm. So the next generation is looking at it like, no, I expect it now. Mm-hmm. Where you even said, you know, we're like, well, you know, things are incremental. No, the next generation is like, no, we need to move faster. Mm-hmm. So I think what it did was not only address the lawsuit, and I think it showed voice matters, and if you believe in something, you fight for it. That's number one. And number two, it really sets the stage for the next generation to take it to that next level. And I think we're seeing that.
Mm-hmm. Can I just add one thing? I think the thing, like, obviously I experienced it in this, like, behind, you know, I got to pull back the curtain in a lot of ways. I think the most fascinating thing when the settlement got done was, in conversation with just friends, like my guy friends, it was kind of like, oh, like, is this a good thing, you know? And it was like, well, what do you mean? You know, and it was just interesting to hear the male perspective, because it was one of, they're like, oh, they didn't just get the same prize money? Like, oh, they just didn't get, like, why? I guess a male's perspective was, they played a sport and they won, why wouldn't it be equal? Which is, I guess, a great thing, but it also showed, like, oh, you don't know. Yeah. Like, oh, because your walk of life is, you do get the opportunity, you do get equal pay, you do get, yeah. So it's like, oh, you just don't know what this is like over here. So what also makes that settlement so important is now it's like, it was blasted, everybody knows about it, and so now, like, you know, like my friend, you know, Joe, he's going to read that, and now Joe's going to know. Joe's going to see it and know, and maybe that's a conversation that changes in his own household. So that, I think, was like an amazing byproduct. Mm-hmm. Some people, just like, I mean, you can argue that they need to know and it's their fault for not knowing. I'm in that camp as well, but some people just, like, genuinely don't realize the discrepancies in our world between men and women.
And you could argue that Joe might have known if the media coverage had been better.
And here we are, back to that.
I was going to say, exactly, and more consistent
right.
Over time. With
Joe's not really a person, I just made it up. Yes. He has a name, but I'm not going to call him
Joe. Miguel, you were talking a lot about the next generation. So I want to sort of head the conversation there as we wrap up in the final minutes of this panel. And, you know, in the last 10 years, there's been a lot of guidance, regulation changes, and amendments to Title IX. There's some updating going on. So I'm hoping you can give us a status update on the updating of Title IX. And I am aware that you can't get into specifics, but what can you tell us about the updating?
You know, even after this conversation, it's just a good reminder how much more we have to do. You know, in terms of where we are, we went through the process of listening, and we're hopeful to have some proposed rulemaking in the spring. You know, we mentioned April, that's what we're shooting for. And while I can't get into the specifics, what I will tell you is that the issues are still out there. Sometimes it's harder to see them because they're not in your face. So that doesn't mean that they're not happening and that we don't have to set up systems to address them or to look for them. I mentioned it before, and I want to mention it again. I feel post-pandemic, there are certain students who are being discriminated against blatantly, publicly, and we need Title IX to evolve to make sure we're caring for all students. All means all. That's the bottom line. So it has to evolve, and the process that we're taking, we're really proud of. It's one that brings in feedback from the field and from various stakeholders. It's a lengthy process because it's thorough, and it has to be. And as I said, in the spring, we're hoping to have proposed regulations to have comment on. And, you know, we want to move quickly on it, but we want to do the process right and listen first.
Now I want to turn.
I know my attorneys in the audience right now are like breathing a little. Okay, good. You didn't say.
We got through that.
Because we're through the, it's open right now, so I can't really comment too much on it. I want to respect the process, but I'll tell you right now, there's a reason why I'm here, and there's a reason why, as a Secretary of Education, I want to take opportunities to say how important for me in my role to say all means all, and to make sure that the policies support all students, and 50 million pre-K-12 students and the 17 million that are going to higher ed. We have a responsibility to make sure we're protecting all students.
So the message is stay tuned.
Stay tuned.
Things are happening.
Things are moving. Things are moving.
Sue, I'm going to turn now as we look next gen and forward. You're entering your last WNBA season.
Perhaps.
Perhaps. Oh, I like perhaps.
I love it.
Ooh. That's the news that comes out of that's the news that comes out of this panel.
I'm going to mess with everyone all year.
That's going to be fun. What legacy do you hope your career leaves for that next generation we're talking about?
Yeah, I think for a long time I was so focused on winning and just like the basketball elements of a legacy, like being a champion and being known as a winner and all those things. And it was in part of just getting older, right? And in the last couple of years, kind of seeing, what's so interesting about women's sports is, because like it's been talked about, Title IX is not just about sports, yet somehow sports gets pushed. And it's because of a lot of reasons. One of them is we have media asking us questions. We have microphones in our face. So we're able to speak on these things and kind of represent everybody. And I think sports mirrors society. So it's like, to me, if you're female athletes in this country are able to succeed, whether it's individual sports, team sports, leagues, that's gonna trickle into like all areas because people are gonna see it. And so when I think about legacy and I think about the work we're doing in the WNBA, and like I said, I got really hung up on just the basketball part for a large part of my career. And it's actually Kobe Bryant who said at one point, he eventually started to see like, so for me, like, there's gonna be another great point guard. Like I have the assist record, somebody's going to break that record, right? Somebody's going to win more championships than me. Somebody's going to do things, better. That's just how sports works. So it's like, okay, so if there's gonna be others that do that, like what else can I leave? And I think as, the elder statesman in the league, I've seen a lot, I've experienced a lot, and so now I really don't wanna pass up on opportunities to speak on things based on that experience, because I know it'll set it up for the next generation. I always joke, the second the first player signs $1 million deal in our league, like I know I will have played a role in that, and then I'll be like, dang, I never got $1 million. But that's gonna be a good thing. Yeah. Like if I'm that disgruntled older athlete that we hear from nowadays, where it's like, well, I didn't get that, or I didn't fly charter, I hope I'm doing that. Because that means I played a little role and it worked.
Mm-hmm. And we're already starting to, yes. And we're already starting to see some of those $1 million contracts in the NWSL with Trinity Rodman. So there is progress being made. Now, Lori, similar question. You're a children's book author, if I'm getting the title right. She's got this, right?
Very similar question.
Well, but I think in the sense that what is the message you hope, to pass down to the next generation?
Yeah, if anything, it's just that representation really matters. I know that's the entire point of this panel. But representation matters. And I remember, being a little kid and watching gymnastics and not seeing any Latinas out there and picking out the first girl who had curly hair like me and looking at my mom and saying, all right, she's my favorite. And my mom was like, yeah, I know why. She looks like you. And that was really all I needed. But even as a kid who wasn't going to school, it was my instinct to look for someone like me, to find community and to see someone who's done it before. And, for me, that was enough. But coming out with a children's book and having an illustrated little Hispanic girl who has these curls, and you're getting these really young kids who are seeing that already. And if you can get that at a young age, imagine what they can do when they're not questioning if it's possible or not, because they've already seen it. So that's why it's really important to me. I will firmly stand on the hill that representation is everything.
So with the last few minutes of this panel, I want to ask everyone, this is the crystal ball moment. What is your vision? We're celebrating the 50th anniversary. We seem to have these conversations every 5 years. We should have them every year. But what is your vision for the next 50 years? What do you hope happens in women's sports? What do you hope happens with Title IX? And just a quick comment on what do you hope the future looks like? So it's a big one, right? 50 years is a big chunk of time. But
We'll go quick, and we should give you guys the last word. I would say this. When I turn on my TV set, instead of seeing 10 random men's NCAA games on for mediocre conferences, right? I want to see women's hoop on, okay? Like, just, that's one thing. And when I walk into a gym, I want to see women coaching boys. And going forward, I want to see more little boys wearing Sue Bird basketball jerseys, because they're wearing them now. And that's my vision.
We went from, in 1972, about 300,000 high school girl athletes. Now we're at 2.6 million. So that's progress, but I want that to be dwarfed by the progress we make moving forward in the parity that Sue Bird so eloquently talked about.
Lori, what do you have in mind for the next 50 years? Because you'll be around to see it.
Wow. Honestly, I want not everybody to just support equality. I want them to be educated on it. Just as Sue had mentioned earlier, you know, your friend Joe.
Good old Joe.
Joe's getting a lot of publicity.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Shout out,
there
Joe.
you go. Joe, we love you. Wow. Our generation, especially Gen Z, we are raised with the intent that everyone should be equal. It's almost just an assumption. So when moments like this happen, especially with people like Joe, you know, there's this automatic assumption, well, that's surprising, you guys didn't get paid the same. You know, I just assumed you guys should be equal, and while that's wonderful and that is progress, had he known that we are still fighting for that, I think the conversation would have changed earlier. You know, for everyone to understand, for everyone to be an ally, but for everyone to be educated on what's happening and what's not happening.
Sue.
I think very simply, I would love for women's sports to be looked at as a true investment and not some like charity work. Yeah. Like changing that, like that framework or that mindset. Like it's an investment. We're not charity. And I get support us, don't get me wrong. I get that everyone has different reasons, but the sooner that happens, I think the sooner we'll start to see even more growth.
I want to party like a Super Bowl party for a women's game.
Yeah.
I want to be able to like, hey guys, come over. We have this giant party that's happening. Sue Bird's playing. Like,
It's cool.
I'll be 90. I'll be at the party though.
obviously, you're invited.
Well, on that note, I want to thank the panelists, Miguel, Maura, Lori, Sue, for expanding the conversation. And I hope this conversation continues on a more consistent basis, and that we're talking about all the issues raised here regularly and loudly and on multiple platforms, and that mainstream media joins in wholeheartedly. And I want to thank all of you for coming, and I hope that you enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you very much.
2. 2, 2, hey, 1, 2. One, two, hey. 1, 2, hey. now talking to your records. 1, 2, 2, 2, 2.
Hello, everyone, and welcome again to the 2022 Sloan Sports Analytics Conference. My name is Emily Bridges, and I am a first-year MBA student here at Sloan. It is my pleasure to introduce the reformation of the NCAA, the impact of new legislation, realignment, and the NIL. Our panelists today are Val Ackerman, the Commissioner of the Big East, Elizabeth Lindsay, the President of Brands and Properties at Wasserman, and Amy Prevette-Perko, the CEO of the Knight Commission. Our panel will be moderated by Michelle Steele of ESPN. The panel will run for 45 minutes, and we will leave 10 minutes at the end for questions. Please submit your questions on Twitter using the hashtag #TheNewNCAA. Questions will then be selected by the moderator. With that, I'll turn it over to Michelle.
Yeah, get your questions in, everybody. It is so nice to see a group of people that are not in my basement. Like, I'm so happy to be let out of the house. Like, this is great. Sloan back in person. How about it?
Well, these people come to my basement all the time.
All right, so we are talking today about the future of college sports. And as we know, it is an established business, a very established business. I checked for the last pre-pandemic numbers, $18.9 billion in revenue for the year just prior to COVID, with the lion's share of that money coming from D1 basketball and football, as you can imagine. But what's so exciting about this panel is that I feel like it's so rare that we get to talk about a landscape that is as established as college sports, that's changing as much as college sports, and potentially in some really fundamental ways coming up. 2020, obviously, COVID year, 2022, a ton of change that we're going to discuss this morning. To briefly outline what we're going to talk about, name, image, and likeness is essentially ubiquitous now, which was not true a year ago, resulting in our first recruiting cycle where NIL played a not insignificant part in some players' decisions on where to go. The NCAA is actually looking at, they're going to review where certain players are transferring and seeing whether NIL played a part in that. We've got 2 college football blue bloods in Texas and OU going to the SEC. That's something that you don't see every day. Conference realignment dominoes we'll be discussing. Oh, and by the way, the one thing that everybody thought was impossible looks like, I don't want to say inevitable, but it's out there, which is how long before student athletes are classified as employees. We have charges that have been filed with the National Labor Relations Board against USC, UCLA, and the Pac-12 seeking that exact outcome. So a year from now, maybe this panel is talking about even more significant changes to the college sports landscape. So let's dive in here with NIL. It's going to be a busy morning. It's going to be a busy year for college sports. Val, I want to start with you because you're a conference commissioner with the Big East. We're 9 months into this thing, right? You were on that first committee at the NCAA that really examined this issue. How do you think the rollout of name, image, and likeness has gone?
Thanks, Michelle. Great to be with Amy and Elizabeth here. Well, frankly, without a national standard, what's happening is pretty much what everybody expected, to be honest. I mean, as you noted, I co-chaired with Gene Smith, the AD at Ohio State, the first of 2 NCAA working groups that examined NIL, really thought deeply about why we should do it, and that was the conclusion of our group in 2020. But then importantly, how to do it within the college space, which is very unique from the pro sports world, in large part because of how student athletes make their way to their programs through initial eligibility recruiting and then through the transfer possibilities. So we really wrestled with questions around disclosure and how to deal with conflicts with school sponsors. What was the appropriate level of institutional involvement? Could institutional marks be used in these endeavors? How to handle this in a recruiting booster environment and so on. So we gave a lot of thought to it. We agreed we should do it, and that was the recommendation to the Board of Governors at that time. But we really felt strongly we needed a national rule. And so there were attempts to do that failed, largely because of legal concerns. And then, of course, last July, when a number of state bills that would authorize NIL were due to go into effect, the plea to Congress, if you will, to step in, preempt the states, and come up with this national standard didn't really work either. So now we are left with really a morass of different rules depending on what state you're in, and states that don't have a law. It's what the school agrees to through very loose NCAA parameters around pay for play and recruiting. So the answer is, I think for student athletes, this will be the bonanza that everybody wanted, had hoped for. It won't be just football players and men's basketball players. We're already seeing evidence of women's athletes, Olympic sport athletes making out, appropriately so. But there are some questions now around, what should the boundaries be on this to maintain principles that are core to college athletics. And so I think, to your point about the uncertainty in the environment right now, that's really the question that we'll see, if it gets resolved or not in the coming months or years, is whether that national standard that would allow for some level of fairness and consistency can be made to happen.
I mean, that's the amazing thing, right, is a year ago we saw that first sort of group of states who started to put out legislation. It felt like at some point it was a race. California was sort of out of the gate first, and then Florida came out with their own law and said, we're going to enact this even sooner than California. And then before you know it, it seemed like every SEC state essentially was putting out their own legislation to make sure that their programs were in the best recruiting position possible. Now we've got Alabama repealing that legislation because they feel like the bonanza is better than having rules in effect. So where do we, realistically, where do we land on this? What's the likelihood of some kind of federal action here?
Well, I think the future is going to be determined as well by where the NCAA decides it's going to be in the future. Division I is currently going through.
I just assume the NCAA is sort of punting a little bit on this.
Well, they are punting. I get one point, and Val, this kind of will resurface your days of working with the NBA, but the NCAA policy that's in place says NIL cannot be used as a recruiting inducement. I mean, that's its policy, but there's no enforcement of it. And as an analogy with free agency and pro sports, professional teams can't offer endorsements to pro players because it violates salary cap issues. So in essence, we have a college sports system that has less control and less enforcement of its own rule than what you have in pro sports as it relates to endorsements. And that it's an issue that the Division I kind of task force or working group that's looking at what is its future has been asked by the board to look at NIL and how it should be enforced, what are the implications of what's happening now. So, it's our hope, and I represent the Knight Commission on Intercollegiate Athletics, where, for those who don't know, we're a thought leadership group. Our members include presidents, former presidents, and our goal is to lead transformational change that really emphasizes the athlete, fairness to the athlete, their education, their health and safety. And we benefit from great thought leaders like Val is a former member. And just a little history on the NIL. Val, you may recall one of the very first national meetings on NIL was in 2008. And we brought in athletes and attorneys and experts to talk about what was then emerging technologies with video games using college athletes as the avatar. And I can remember at that time, some presidents and other leaders were kind of like, that seems like a really trivial issue, the name, image, likeness. Why are you guys really concerned about that? Fast forward to where we are today, and social media influencers really changed the game on this whole topic, I think. So I think it's a big question about what's going to happen, but I think we are going to have some boundaries of how NIL is managed moving forward.
What are the repercussions of not having a federal rule?
Well, I mean, to Amy's point here, she's absolutely right. There's a macro issue here, which is the legal limits of the NCAA's rules-making authority. And the NCAA had one vision of that before the Alston decision back in June, which sort of changed the game. What had been this sense that the NCAA had ample latitude to regulate college sports got derailed, frankly, by the majority opinion in Alston. And so that created the skittishness and the hesitancy about creating this national framework, Michelle. And so and we were talking earlier, it's so unusual to have this enterprise which has a history of being sort of too rules oriented. And now there's this nervousness about coming up with a structure that could be subject to future legal challenge. And so, you know, it may well be that that it would take Congress at this point to intercede and to come up with sort of what I call like this box that would reconcile, okay, here's what's okay from an antitrust standpoint. You mentioned pay for play. Here's what's okay from a labor standpoint. And then, of course, we'll talk, I'm sure, in a few minutes about Title IX. How do you reconcile Title IX, you know, with this sort of a framework? And so, well, you know, what we hear is that Congress is nowhere near sort of ruling on that. Amy's very dialed into what's going on the Hill there with an election year, with other issues that are to the fore. It's unlikely that Congress is going to have the bandwidth to sort of think about, okay, what are we going to do with college sports? And frankly, I don't think anybody thinks that anything utterly chaotic has happened quite yet with NIL. You know, the sky hasn't fallen, no one's gotten sued, athletes are making out, and so, you know, those who would be called upon to do something about it are probably saying, well, what's the big deal? This doesn't seem like it's a mess. It may turn out to be a bigger mess, but it seems to be the perception right now.
It's a patchwork, but it's not a mess for now. You know, I want to talk about the bonanza here and sort of the size of the market. And Elizabeth, I want to bring you into this conversation as well. We're seeing some big deals at the top end of this market. I mean, I think $50,000 is a big deal, and Texas essentially gave that to their offensive linemen. Now, those are for charitable purposes. You also see we went through our first recruiting cycle where NIL probably played a not insignificant role in where guys went. You know, for the first time, we had a 5-star recruit go from an FBS school, Florida State, to Jackson State, with speculation that there was a 7-figure deal attached to Travis Hunter. Where do your thoughts go to when you hear those numbers? I mean, do you think this is a bonanza and this is a huge market opportunity?
Well, look, we're at an analytics conference, so I'm quite certain everyone can look at a number and can also recognize the numbers within a set that are the anomalies within that set. So there are anomalies. If you take away the bell curve top end and bottom end, the fat middle of this is really deal sizes that are under, depends on how you cut the data and how you look at it, but are demonstrably under 2-3K for each of these athletes.
That might be the median.
Potentially. I hesitate until I see the full data set, but potentially. So, you know, and absolutely, is it a bonanza of opportunity and potential? Yes. Have we fully realized that potential yet? No. And it's a lot to do with what these ladies were speaking about, the sort of Wild West nature of it. And, you know, nothing's broken. Everybody I hear say that statement, Val, everybody adds yet on the end of it. Nothing's broken yet. The sky's not falling yet. But I think that there is a clear consensus that, you know, which was driving the need or the ask on a national level, there's a clear consensus that when you draw the lines very faintly, it's pretty easy to color outside of them. And you're starting to see a little of that come into this sort of morass of Wild West. There are some bad actors that are getting identified and taken to task, and investigations that are happening. And while all that is going on, will it reach its full potential? Probably not. That's going to have to settle a little bit, but the potential is definitely there. Any place that you aggregate eyeballs and passion, there is potential. And you know, all of us in this room coming from a sports side can talk about the passion and the audiences that are behind college sports. They are definitely there.
How do you determine? So I think 7 figures is not out of the question for a particularly prominent player. There's a lot that could happen. There's a lot of guys on a college football team. How does an agency determine how much 18-year-old is worth?
So, our philosophy, we are a very data-driven agency. We look at everything from the perspective of 2 key points of data: audience analytics and performance measurement, like front end and back end. Audience analytics, who's paying attention, and what is the potential to, to quote my friends at Nike, sell more shoes if you properly tap into that audience. So we would look at an athlete's potential in college no different than we would look at a partnership deal with a professional athlete, or even a partnership deal with a professional sports team. Is what is the audience? Are you reaching the right audience? And at the end of the day, how influential is that particular partnership in moving your consumer from step 1 to step 2 to step 3 within the funnel to ultimately purchase and advocacy? The interesting thing about college sports is that when we work with brands who are trying to get into it, we spend a ton of time explaining this to them. The interesting thing with NIL is where I think people jumped a little quickly at the excitement and the potential and the promise, they missed that step 1 in audience analytics. More often than not, when you are doing a deal with a college athlete to try to reach and influence the student body on their campus or in their conference, if you really look at their reach and their audience through social and other channels, it's not fellow students as much as it is alumni and others who are followers of the school. And as a result, you're going in thinking you're reaching one audience when in practical application you're reaching another.
So from Wasserman's point of view, just because that you're entering a partnership with, say, quarterback at Michigan or something, you're not necessarily getting that student body. You're getting a lot of Michigan alumni, essentially.
Yeah, which may be a perfect thing. It may be perfectly good for your brand and your investment. I'm certainly not saying that's a bad thing. It's that, keep it in perspective. We spend a lot of work on college campuses trying to influence the student body, working through our teams on campuses. And, we tell people there are athletes that are influential, and there's also the SoulCycle instructor at the rec center who has a massive social following, also influential. Understand your audience, understand who you're speaking to, tailor your messages accordingly, and that will lead you to the performance marketing. But when something's new and exciting, I think a few people jumped without doing that homework.
Val, are you, from a conference perspective, looking to regulate, or what kind of rules do you have in place as it relates to how these deals are structured so that students are protected, or is that on them?
It's on them. And in fact, that was noted often during our working group's deliberations was these kids are going to have to step up here and understand these are complex business transactions in some cases. They're going to be signing contracts. Part of the framework we had worked up, which mirrored what many states were developing in their frameworks at the time, was that they were allowed to have advisors. We were trying to distinguish between advisors for NIL counseling versus agents who would be sort of marketing their services to pro sports leagues, which are still prohibited under NCAA rules for other reasons. But we were concerned that student athletes would get the help they needed, and so there has been a premium on education at the campus level. We still hear from student athletes they're very interested in financial literacy. Some didn't know, hey, this is taxable income from a third party, and so there's filings associated with that.
Even if it's VIK, it's taxable income. I've heard many say, well, I didn't get any money, they just gave me a free X. No, that's still taxable income, correct?
That's right. So there've been a whole, it's been an eye-opening process, I think, for these, student athletes. And so, yes, our schools are supposed to be, and are, in our case, dealing with that. We don't have a conference policy, Michelle, in part because we've got 11 jurisdictions in the Big East. And so we're dealing with, I think, 8 of our jurisdictions are in states that have an NIL law. All the NIL laws are different from state to state. They're not all the same. We have a couple of schools in states that don't have a law, and so they follow the interim NCAA policy, which is all you got to do is make sure there's no recruiting inducement and no pay for play, sort of, and then you can do whatever you want. And to your point earlier, states are now saying, hey, wait a minute. I have a regulated framework here, and we have other states that you can do whatever you want. So they're now sort of trying to reverse their laws, so they're more like the low regulation states, so it's pretty incredible. But I did want to make so we don't have a conference policy because of that reason. I did want to note, though, based on, back to Elizabeth's comments about fair market value, our working group spent a lot of time on how to deal with things that are fair market value and things that aren't. Because we were really concerned about a deal that was just way off kilter. A star quarterback somewhere making a 30-minute appearance and getting $2 million for that. I mean, and we actually had, and Amy knows this, talk about a so-called third-party administrator that would sort of centrally manage the data. There'd be a disclosure mechanism so that we could track as an enterprise what the deals were, not to stop them, but to sort of see what was happening market to market, social media posting versus a old-fashioned endorsement deal or a public speaking appearance, just to get a better sense to inform like what could be real fair market value for everybody's benefit, and to distinguish, importantly, between what's a fair market value for this type of a service and what's a recruiting inducement. What's just a flat-out bribe to get a kid to come to your school or to stay at your school. And so that's where I think the tension is in the system right now, Elizabeth, is sort of like what's a legitimate deal, fair market value, versus something that's just out of whack and is clearly designed, again, to influence a decision. So.
Yeah, I wanted to pick up on that in terms of, one of the principles that our group had put forward back April of 2020, so well before the state laws began to be passed, was to say there should be no institutional involvement. Now that's debatable, and now we're seeing institutions that are staffing up, and now the NCAA doesn't prohibit, the NCAA policy does not prohibit institutions from helping to arrange NIL deals.
Right.
And so, but it does trigger the question, going back to Elizabeth, your point in terms of audience, and it triggers institutional involvement and triggers Title IX. So are now institutions, do you look at institutions and say, well, you have 5 NIL brand managers for football and 1 for your Olympic sports. You can't do that. And how much money are you as an institution putting into promoting football and men's basketball to drive audience, which we know impacts NIL deals? So it's a big question, when institutions make that decision of we're going to be involved. And I think Ohio State made the decision we're going to be involved. So that's one big issue. Another one I wanted to pick up on is we may see a future. The future of college sports really is the question at some schools, is this going to become no longer a co-curricular activity, but a commercial venture affiliated with the institution? Is it going to be structured that way for some sports? I think at others, we're going to see a doubling down on, we want this to be part of the educational mission. And so just looking at NIL, what a great education for young men and women to understand taxable income, the entrepreneurial spirit that comes with your brand and the opportunities there. Some schools have done an excellent job already of creating some 4-credit courses in this area. So I think you're going to see, for those that really want to double down on this being part of the education, it should be. I mean, MIT may have a class on that, I don't know. But, or if not, I'm sure they will in a couple of years. But that's an example of, I think you will see kind of this big question of, are we going to double down and do things that, are legitimate, making this part of the education in the co-curricular, or splitting off and making it more just commercial venture?
Well, you, if I can jump in real quickly, you bring up Title IX, and there's one thing I want to say about that and sort of equity for women's sports as a result. We're talking about some of the challenges with NIL, and we're professionals. It's our job to solve these challenges. I get it. One of the more interesting upsides of NIL to me is the opportunity for women's sports at a college perspective. Like, I've been in this business 25 years. I'm looking around. This is the first panel I've ever been on in my life that is all women, that's not talking about marketing to women. So there is this movement of women in sport out there that, thank God, is finally showing up on stages. And I think what you're seeing in the NIL space, by the way, correct, so only took 25 years. What you're seeing in the NIL space is a really interesting opportunity for women. I don't know if any of you guys sat in on the Title IX panel before this one, but I was listening to Sue Bird, full disclosure, Wasserman athlete, and General Goat on all things.
General Goat.
General Goat. She's the best. She's so awesome. But I was listening to Sue talk about how women athletes, thanks to social media, have had, and because of necessity, to your point, have had to find their own voice. They've had to tell their own stories because the media at 4% a clip are not covering them. So they've learned to find their voice on their performance on the pitch and their voice off the pitch. Or they've learned to tell their own story. One of the athletes we represent in NIL is Sedona, and she certainly found her voice in the NCAA tournament when she was raising the issues of inequity between the men's and the women's locker rooms. So what's interesting to me, when you look at the data of who's most compelling and more interesting from NIL, it's people who have both on-field performance and an off-field voice. And because out of necessity, the women have had to do that for themselves, they're very well prepared for this moment in time and are some of the first early movers of taking advantage of the opportunities in NIL. It is not going to be just men's basketball and football. You're seeing volleyball, you're seeing soccer, you're seeing swimming, you're seeing the women's side of basketball, and I think that's the one good thing, shining star moment that's coming out of that.
Are you seeing that, Val, that NIL is making room, so to speak, for traditionally less profitable sports?
Oh, 100%. In fact, maybe a little known fact here, when we were doing our initial inquiry into sort of the application of NIL in the college space, what we learned was that the NCAA for years had been quietly waiving the NIL rules for student athletes who had started their own businesses. For example, very entrepreneurial, imagine in your dorm room and came up with some apparel line, or was sort of a master chef and sort of was doing a cooking show on the side. And the NCAA was saying, for that sort of thing, good, God bless you, you can use your NIL to promote it. So these waivers have been happening anyway, and it was across the board. To Elizabeth's point in your question, it wasn't just sort of men's basketball players or star football players at SEC schools. It was across the board. And so, Amy, I do think I wanted to pick up your point about the importance of the educational nexus here. I mean, we have all these big picture issues swirling around college sports right now between NIL and the transfer portal and recovery from COVID, and now this transformation committee, which is examining D1, who should be in it, what the substructure should be, et cetera, how revenue should be shared, championship access. I mean, all this stuff's on the table right now. And sort of the focus on the commercialism of college sports it's warranted, but it shouldn't overshadow the fact that these programs, they're part of education. I mean, we're all products of it, essentially. I mean, I wouldn't be where I am today if I wasn't a student athlete at the University of Virginia in the early years of Title IX. I mean, it made me who I am. And my sport was and remains a cost center. Most college sports are cost centers. They're not profit generators. And so I think, my hope is that as this inquiry unfolds and all these issues get sort of teed up and Congress gets involved or not, that what won't be lost, again, is that sort of nexus between, as you call it, co-curricular nature of college sports, that we can hold on to that in some form or fashion. Because the reality is that's what college sports is, writ large, really all about for most student athletes, all whatever, 500,000 of them. That's their lot. And if NIL can get them a few extra dollars, that's great, But the whole package of the educational experience, getting your degree, graduating debt-free, not often talked about. You talked about $18 billion in college sports. At least $3 billion of it is going back in the form of scholarships. And so people don't write about that enough. And that's, for those of us who work in the business, I would sort of say on behalf of the enterprise, I hope that point gets made with the regularity with which it needs to be made.
Are NIL rules changing how schools approach scholarships at all, or are the dollar figures still at a level that...
Well, the money is coming from third parties. So the package, if you will, that's permissible from the school is the scholarship, the cost of attendance. Some student athletes get Pell Grants because of financial need. And then there's a whole host and growing list, frankly, of permissible benefits that student athletes are allowed to receive by way of academic advising and medical treatments and the like here. And now with the Alston decision, in fact, the Supreme Court has said educational benefits are now allowable in the form of sort of non-cash way, but also there is a cash award that's now possible through Alston, which is about $6,000 per student based on criteria that the school or the conference can develop. So, this has all been evolving as well over the last 10 years or so. But as it relates to NIL, it's not going to change that equation much. Legal developments may change the equation, but right now the NIL payments are technically supposed to come from outside parties.
I want to shift to another huge potentially landscape-changing subject here in college sports. On the other side of the country, we have the National Labor Relations Board having charges filed with them by the National College Players Association, which wants to be a union, not a union, but would like to be a union, would like to represent college athletes. I covered the story at Northwestern 5 years ago when they were trying to unionize that football team. And essentially, we have an unfair labor charge pertaining to UCLA, USC, and the Pac-12 that really gets to the heart of whether college student athletes should be treated as employees. And we have the general counsel of the NLRB writing a memo in September sort of opening the door for that. She even said that the term student employee is, and I'm paraphrasing her, but she essentially saw it as a means of wage suppression. She doesn't want that to be used. She'd like them to be referred to as players. What are the repercussions, and I'm sure they're wide-ranging here, of classifying student athletes as employees?
Well, I'll bring up a major one, and that is going back to the panel before this one, is Title IX. And if this is an employee activity, not a co-curricular educational activity, does Title IX apply in the same way it currently does? I don't think we know the answer to that. I think big picture, it goes back to what Val just brought up. What is it we want for the future of college sports in its model? Do we want an employee-based model where each individual sport has its union and they're collectively bargaining? Do we want a model where some sports are just commercial auxiliaries affiliated with the institution, or do we want this co-curricular activity? And our commission has offered, we did a deep dive on Division I and launched a major examination of Division I in 2019, citing that there's these commercial forces, there's so much, it's stressing the system that there needed to be a transformation of Division I. And this is, obviously well before NIL's Supreme Court decision in Alston. And we've offered a couple different solutions, and I just want to give a big picture outline of those because, again, our point is, one is let's deal with the elephant in the room, which is FBS football is an enormous commercial activity. And in our view, it should not be governed in the same way that we're governing men's and women's soccer, as an example. And one of the most misunderstood facts about college sports is everyone thinks the NCAA controls everything. The NCAA controls the college football playoff. The NCAA has nothing to do with the college football playoff. The NCAA makes zero in revenue from FBS football. The NCAA's money comes from March Madness. And so for our organization, we proposed one solution is let's create a new separate entity to govern FBS football. And for the first time ever, let's couple the Revenue Administration Authority with the Rules Administration Authority. That would be allow for unique solutions to deal with the future of football. And it would be better, in our view, for football athletes. Let's put football athletes on the governing board. Right now, you've got the college football playoff generates $500 million annually. If it expands to 12 teams, it could generate $1.5 billion annually, and there's no athlete on that board. So let's just start with that solution. Another solution is Val talked about the $3 billion annually given in scholarship money for this educational activity. Let's talk about, or for education through sports for these athletes, another $3 billion number annually is the shared athletic revenues, the amount of money generated from March Madness, the college football playoff, and then the conferences themselves with their TV network. So all of those collective activities generate more than $3 billion annually. And so our proposal is there needs to be a new financial framework for Division I that connects those shared athletic revenues to this educational mission so that those revenues are used to advance the education, health, and safety and are not used disproportionately on coaches' salaries and facilities. And the data show, and we have the data, you can find it on our database, Knight Newhouse College Athletics database. And if you run the programs over the past, over the past 15 years, the new revenues that have come into the system have flowed disproportionately to salaries and facilities. And that's the issue that is driving opinions like the NLRB. It's driving Senator Booker and Blumenthal to come up with their own solutions. It's driving state lawmakers to come up with their own solutions. And that's why we need college sports leaders to deal with, the realities of what's happening with the structure itself.
Is the prospect of student athletes essentially being classified as employees, is that something that conference commissioners have on their radar at this point?
Yeah, no, 100%. But, to the extent we can control it, it's a different story.
Right.
I mean, as you noted, the NLRB cases, there's actually another case that was filed back in the fall in Indiana, I believe, by a group that was calling itself the College Basketball Players Association. Was sort of right out of the gate after the NLRB General Counsel's guidance came out. So that was, she gave the invitation and it's been acted on. There's also a case right now in the Third Circuit. Sort of hits home with our league because it's been filed. Lead plaintiff is a former football player, Villanova, who's arguing that student athletes should be eligible for a minimum wage under the Fair Labor Standards Act. Those cases have been filed before and have been defeated at the lower courts. This case is progressing. Amy noted some of these, I would say, more aggressive congressional bills that speak to revenue sharing models, with no detail, by the way. It's just sort of broad concepts here, so nobody that we know of has actually sketched out, okay, well, what do you mean and how much? And having, worked in the pro leagues, I can tell you those are very complicated discussions between a league and a players association is what's in the revenue pot, what gets taken out for, cost of doing business, how does it get shared, and it's, these are, again, very sophisticated negotiations. I'm not aware of sort of that sort of modeling right now that's going on. Do I think it would be a good idea? I do, because I think the pressures have been brought to bear here. There is a new model lurking in college sports. Again, back to an earlier comment I made, the sort of challenge here is that, the focus on that, I think, has been directed to a sort of a small but very high-end, commercially speaking, group of athletes in FBS football and maybe big-time college basketball, but it doesn't reflect the economic realities of most other sports. The last thing I'll say on employment status is it does open the door to a whole host of complications around the taxability of the income. If you're getting paid a salary now, do you still get the scholarship, or do you have to pay the scholarship out of the income? Does the scholarship now get taxed because the salary, it triggers a tax classification? Unionization, Amy mentioned, are we into overtime, termination? There's a whole host of issues that surround this, and I'm not aware of anybody that's really kind of thought through that, and I hope that the NCAA isn't reactive to that, and there can be some proactivity to come up with a model that would be digestible, workable, and that ultimately that could be, blessed from a litigation standpoint, because that is the fear right now, that anything that is sort of devised may not have the litigation protection needed, so it may not be good enough for the next group of plaintiffs to come along. So that's where you have to work hand in hand, I think, with Congress.
That JD is coming in handy with the issues for the Big East and college sports in general. I mean, to think about an environment where student athletes could be striking, right, or collectively bargaining. We're seeing baseball go through the challenges of that right now, but it's interesting that it is on the radar. You know, maybe it's not the most likely possibility, but it's a possibility.
The one thing I don't want us to lose in this entire conversation, we're talking a lot about employment law, which as a marketer is quickly where I get over my skis, but employment law and collective bargaining and unionization and legislation and at the end of the day, these are college kids. They're kids. And they have a job to be a full-time student, a job to be a full-time athlete. Now we're asking them to be full-time business owners and brand builders and entrepreneurs. And at the end of the day, they're college kids. And so as we're having all of these conversations, and the one that was most interesting to me was when we were talking about the educational opportunities for these people who then will have to go on and do this in their, you know, some of them professional sporting careers and some of them in business careers. In all this machination of following the revenue back and forth and the laws that are around it and employment implications, the one thing that I hope all of us remember that at the core of these are a bunch of students who've been given an opportunity in our worlds, and our job is to protect them. And all of this should be for
And Elizabeth,
that.
I mean, not lost either on, you know, sort of the adults in the room are that all that stuff takes time. I mean, there was a big conversation around time demands before NIL.
Right? Yeah.
You know, how much time you have to devote to your sport. Often sports are year-round because of conditioning in the off-season and the like. You got to go to class. You want to have maintain your good academic standing. And NIL is a lot of work. And we noted that in our working group was, gosh, you know, this may be it may be a sort of, you may self-select in because they're going to realize in short order there's a quid pro quo. You're not just going to get a check cut by somebody. You actually have to do work in order to take advantage of these opportunities.
Build your audiences, to market your channels, all that.
Yeah, lawyers, accountants, agents, the list goes on. We're getting up against the Q&A portion of the panel, so if you have your questions, please send them in, and we'll be reading them. Off. I believe there's a Twitter hashtag. But I did want to touch on another major issue here affecting the college sports landscape, and that is realignment. Val, I just saw you sigh a little bit. But the Big East knows this area well.
Yeah.
What was your reaction? You know, I know you're not connected to Texas or OU, the SEC, and all that. But as a conference commissioner, what was your reaction when you saw them jump?
Well, sort of for us, it was sort of ironic because when that news broke last summer, and it was seismic, it really was for everybody in our world. You know, the irony for me is the Big East of today rose up out of the ashes of realignment. I mean, I wasn't with the league, but it was the Big East that was frankly decimated by the ACC. Sorry. Hey, sorry. A conference all of us have a tie to, when so many schools left the old Big East and went mostly to the ACC, Rutgers landed in Big Ten, because of football aspirations. And so the group of schools I'm with were basically the basketball schools who said, gosh, you know, we got to control our own destiny here. So they withdrew. They added a few other basketball schools and were able to keep the name, and Fox Sports was starting FS1 around the same time, so it was good timing to get a big TV deal. But so that was the irony for me is now our league, I mean, you know, we're like really in good shape as a basketball-centric league with a very stable composition right now. We added UConn a couple of years ago, which has been, they were sort of out of the box in terms of the type of school they are compared to the private schools we had, but nonetheless, a lot of points of commonality there, so it's worked really well, particularly when it relates to the topic of basketball. So, I mean, for us, Michelle, we're just kind of observing this, but there has been an extraordinary domino effect. I mean, that one move has now occasioned, I don't know how many, probably 20 other moves now at all levels of college sports, and has also resulted in sort of backfilling for conferences that have lost schools. They want to sort of hold serve in terms of the number of schools in their leagues. So in some cases, they're bringing up D2 schools who they'll have reclassified to D1 in order to sort of, meet the requirements there of D1 membership. So this is all very much happening. This transformation committee review that's underway is taking into account these moves. And, I'm frankly surprised there hasn't been a bit of a moratorium on that so far, but that wasn't sort of the desire of the group. But where it leads, I don't think anyone knows, but I think it's probably a fact that it's going to continue, at least for the near term.
Yeah. Can I bring up a point just with that? Because in the big picture, again, the Texas-Oklahoma move happened because of big-time football and how that enhances the SEC contract. And the last great realignment, if you will, was in 2010 when again, the major conferences were trying to figure out what's the best TV footprint for big-time football. And that led to literally $2 billion in new revenues for those big-time conferences because they were able to negotiate substantial contracts and they're getting substantial money from their network. The big question, though, is then how does that impact all these other sports and these opportunities? And there are conferences where you look at the geographic footprint of all their other sports, and it makes no sense. It makes no sense for the athlete experience, the amount of flights. UNC Charlotte and Appalachian State are 90 miles apart in North Carolina. I heard the story that their softball teams ended up at the Charlotte airport at the same time. Both flew out to San Antonio, rented a van. One drove 90 minutes away from San Antonio, one the other direction away to play conference games. Those two schools are not in the same conference.
Yeah.
So, and that's all driven by football. So, and I've heard athletic directors say, the one thing I would change if we could do it all over is let's just have some football-affiliated conferences and then, have some affiliations for all the other sports that make sense for those sports. So again, it's that conversation of, are we going to have a model where FBS football drives all these domino impacts that really don't need to happen that way, and that really aren't in the best interest of those particular sports?
Yeah, I went to a Big Ten school, and I'm a big proponent of sort of geographic integrity, but I think that runs against the headwinds, the television headwinds, primarily, of where you want schools. The Big Ten has Rutgers in the Big Ten now, Maryland in the Big Ten now, because those are attractive television markets, among other things. I think the interesting thing about the domino effect is that, is Conference USA going to, 9 schools are trying to leave Conference USA essentially as a direct result of, different conferences stealing schools or taking schools away after Texas and OU left the Big 12. Do you think, and this is the last question on this, and we need to get to audience Q&A, but Val, do you think that, Conference USA is going a hard line on this? There's 3 of those schools that are not adhering to the provisions of exiting the conference. They want out now. Conference USA put out the schedule, and they were like, Old Dominion, Southern Miss, Marshall, you guys are on the schedule in 2022, whether you like it or not. So now they're in court. Do you think we see more of these public spats? And is the Big East looking to expand?
Yeah, well, it's possible. In defense of another conference here, there are documents and bylaws and contracts that are in place, I'm sure for every single conference, about the terms of exit. And I know for using Big East again, when our schools exited the old Big East, that was a negotiation. It's usually a certain amount of time needed for notice, and then there's an exit fee, and if you want to accelerate that notice period and get out more quickly, it's basically a financial negotiation. If you pay more, maybe you can get out more quickly. But these are contracts that are in effect, and there's bylaw provisions around this, and there's generally an expectation that they would be honored. So, I think you're right that there's the possibility of some more, sort of public displays of how those negotiations are going to unfold as this continues. One thing I will say, it's just my sense, if once a school decides to leave, that's often the end of it in terms of goodwill and their ability to be in conference meetings, and so
road games get a lot more hostile.
Yeah, it's probably getting out. Once you say you're gone, you're thought to be gone, and so the sooner you can get out is probably desirable from all sides. But again, there's contracts in place on this kind of thing, and they have to be, in my judgment, have to be honored or negotiated out of.
Okay, we've got a bunch of Twitter Q&As, so it might have to be a lightning round here. Football and basketball have dominated the conversation around NIL. However, other sports do not have the best pro league framework, and most athletes are able to stay 4 years and build their brand. Will companies realize this and start targeting these athletes more? Will they start targeting athletes who stay all 4 years? Sports that are more likely, right?
The conversations I'm in with the brands who invest in college sports, and there are many, or the many who want to invest to reach college students on campuses, whether that's through sports or not through sports, is very little to do with structure and everything to do with individual and audience aggregation. So as the school remains strong, as the individual keeps a voice, builds an audience, those are the conversations, whether that's for 2 years, 3 years, or 4 years.
We have a question here about a specific student. Donald DeLahaye was a kicker at the University of Central Florida. This was a few years ago. He was stripped of his scholarship and college experience due to his rapidly growing YouTube channel. When that happened, will there be any compensation for those like him? Now that the rules are different, is there any way to sort of make good on the guys who
Well, there's plaintiff lawyers that would certainly make that claim, and in fact, that's the House case right now. There is a case that was filed in the Northern District of California that is looking for back NIL, so to speak.
Right.
So that'll be up for the courts to decide whether to honor that. But I would say that would be allowable now, and that's maybe that should be seen as a good thing. That was. Maybe not specifically, but certainly those types of cases were a driver in the state laws that were cropping up around NIL, and certainly the receptivity within, the NCAA about the benefits of having those sorts of arrangements going forward.
And I think that because it's a class, it only includes like the last four years. Right. Just to bring up one of the first athletes who ever really gave attention to this issue was Jeremy Bloom, who had to give up being a college athlete because he was accepting money through his endorsements as a skier, Olympic skier.
How much do the recent changes affect college sports at a lower level than D1? Well, for sure, realignment.
Well, I think, the most recent, the NCAA adopted a new constitution in January, and it was to have a new set of principles to then, drive the future direction. Is our position, the principles have never been the problem. It's just putting those principles into practice. And so that's what our solutions aim to do, is putting those principles into practice. But I would say in terms of one of the intentions and very direct of the Board of Governors was let's do no harm to Division II and III schools. I mean, Division II and III, in terms of the number of athletes, are the majority of the athletes, competing under that NCAA umbrella every year. And so there was a direct intention of, let's make sure there's no harm done to the operation of Division II and III. But in terms of what happens to the future of Division I and whether there will be subdivisions, we're getting ready to have March Madness, and March Madness really is what holds the 351 schools together. That's the glue that holds that division together. But whether in the future we'll see a Division 1A and a Division 1AA and kind of a breakout of who's eligible for March Madness, that's all being determined now.
And the smaller conferences within D1 are going to have the same approach to do no harm that you mentioned for D2 and 3, because they're going to want to make sure that existing guarantees around revenue distribution, championships access, who gets to be on what committee, are going to be held in place to the greatest extent possible. So, but we don't know. We'll know more in the coming months.
Last few are all NIL questions, and this is lightning round, definitely. How do you see NIL helping female athletes specifically? We touched on that a little bit, but they mentioned specifically Paige Buchers was the first college athlete to sign with Gatorade. 5 years ago, we might have assumed that deal would go to a male football player, maybe.
Why?
Well,
why would we
who
make
asked
that
this
assumption?
question?
Yeah. I go back to what I said earlier. I think out of necessity, unfortunately, women have had to find their own voice. And one of the things, like, look, we run a survey every single year. We have for the last 5 years of college students, millions of them around the world. And one of the things that we're starting to see is in that generation coming through is I value your off-field voice as much as I value your on-field performance. And out of necessity, women and women athletes all along have had to cultivate both. So in this moment in time, with both of those being valuable to the students, to the brands, to the industry, little competitive advantage there because we've already had to figure out how to do that.
And I'll say in her case, because she plays in the Big East, she came into college basketball with, I think, a 700,000 Instagram following coming in. And that's now grown, you know, because of her new platform here. And I would say television is also a driver here. Every single UConn women's basketball game is on national television. And so to your question about, you know, media coverage, it doesn't hurt when your sport is, you know, nationally available.
This is a question for Elizabeth, I think. How will a school's market size impact NIL deals versus the strength of a school brand, right? And Alabama is in Tuscaloosa, very small market size. How does that sort of change the equation?
It becomes a matter of the machine that goes behind it. The bigger the stage, the bigger the opportunity to be seen. The more you're seen, the more you build your audience. That's always been, by the way, the single biggest problem with women's sports, only receiving 4% of the media coverage. How are you going to be any better and be something that people want to watch if no one gives you a stage on which to do it? So, yeah, by default, bigger the stage, the bigger the opportunity.
Amy, one plausible future collegiate model would involve Power 5 schools governing football separately. If that occurs, how do non-FBS conferences ensure they maintain their relationships for the other sports?
For the other sports? Well, again, the NCAA umbrella would then control every sport for which it has a championship. And so those relationships would not change. And in fact, you know, we engaged Winston Strawn to do an analysis of that particular model to make sure we're taking care of, you know, the legal issues, and that's available on our website. But again, that's a model that's a viable model. It addresses a number of issues and still retains what the NCAA really is an organization that hosts championships for basketball and all the Olympic sports. So it would, in our model, we would reconfigure the governance so that, you know, it's based on the basketball structure as the glue that holds it together. And you wouldn't have, you know, for an example, a Conference USA just because they're an FBS conference. They have more votes than the Big East currently. And it really just doesn't make sense in terms of what the NCAA is and how it's currently structured. So, I think moving forward, there's going to be changes in the governance, regardless of whether they end up. We hope that they certainly take on kind of this big idea that we think would address a number of issues.
That's all the time we have allotted. Actually, we're hitting a 0 right now, final buzzer. But I do want to give credit to Val Ackerman here because you have the brightest light, the most interesting sort of COVID play, sports business play. You bought insurance that covered the Big East tournament for infectious disease. Yeah. So they were covered.
Genius.
Yeah. 2020 and 2021. So, you know, all you future sports business leaders out there, think of everything because everything is coming your way.
Yep.
That's all. That's all I got. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and thanks again for joining us at the 2022 Sloan Sports Analytics Conference. My name is Glenn Borock, and I'm a first-year MBA student at MIT Sloan, and it's my pleasure to introduce our panel today, Beyond the Book, The Inevitable Expansion of Sports Betting, presented by Caesars. Our panelists today are Amy Howe, Chief Executive Officer of FanDuel, Renee Anderson, Chief Revenue Officer and Executive Vice President of NFL Partnerships for the National Football League, and Sharon Otterman, Chief Marketing Officer of Caesars Entertainment. Our panel will be moderated by Chad Millman, the Chief Content Officer of the Action Network, and the panel will run for 55 minutes, leaving approximately 10 minutes at the end for questions. Please submit questions on Twitter using the hashtag #BeyondTheBook. Questions will then be selected by the moderator. With that, I'll turn it over to you, Chad.
Thank you very much. Thanks to the panelists for being here today. Amy, you were rushing from another panel.
Yes.
So the first question is not on the script, so you don't know it.
Give me a curveball.
Yeah, right off the bat. So we were talking backstage about the way sportsbooks are trying to communicate with consumers. And Caesars has a very public campaign with the Mannings, with JB Smoove, JBC. FanDuel is approaching it in a very different way. So off the bat, I wanted to sort of have Sharon talk about, you guys started later after the merger, the acquisition with William Hill. Yeah. How are you thinking about competing in the marketplace? What is the value that these campaigns bring to your brand and consumers?
Yeah, absolutely. Last year at this time, we were still two separate companies. So we launched in August of 2021, and we have entertainment in our name. We're Caesars Entertainment. So we approached the marketplace in terms of entertaining and delighting our sports bettors and our potential sports bettors. And when we went out, we talked to consumers and we asked them what was going on in the space and how they felt about the brands. They just felt that the space was very transactional. And we believed, from our history of entertaining and offering all this great hospitality, we needed to do the same in the sportsbook space. So when you look at our name, especially on Caesar's Palace, there's no apostrophe in our name. Caesar didn't own the palace. It was everyone's palace, and we treat everyone like royalty. So we needed a Caesar to treat everyone like royalty, and JB Smoove, or we call him JBC, JB Caesar, is the best Caesar that we could imagine. And then once you get that, then you also have to have a royal family of football. And what better royal family of football than Eli, Peyton, Archie, Cooper, everyone coming together. So we believe that storytelling and entertaining is a huge part of treating everyone like a Caesar.
So Amy, FanDuel famously goes out and signs deals with a lot of different people in media, but also a lot of high-profile talent. May or may not be spending a boatload of money on Pat McAfee. And how does that drive value for you guys?
Yeah, so if you look at Pat, at the end of the day, these decisions all come down to their investment decisions, right? There are as many deals that we look at that we don't do that we do. And Pat specifically was, since he partnered with us, was one of the most important acquisition channels for us. He also has just done a really phenomenal job building the brand. We just came off of Super Bowl a few weeks. Hard to believe we were sitting here 3 weeks ago in Super Bowl. But Pat had an unbelievable presence in Radio Row with the NFL. We had 60 different celebrities that were coming through. And so he's figured out how to really bring sports betting to life as part of the overall narrative of the game. We had for Super Bowl specifically, we had a same-game parlay that was Pat's same-game parlay, and we had 250,000 consumers that were riding on that parlay. It didn't hit, by the way. If it did hit, we would have lost a lot of money. But I think, he's a good example. TNT and Turner is another great example with our NBA integration. You're now seeing sports betting part of just the overall narrative of the game, and it's fundamentally changing the way consumers experience live sporting events.
Renee, I'm going to come back to you in one sec, because Amy just said something really specific, which was 250,000 consumers riding with Pat McAfee. So since this is a data-driven conference, that's a key data point for you. When you're determining the value of a personality and what you can drive back to your business?
That's exactly right. I mean, at the end of the day, right, we're looking at how efficiently can we acquire customers and what's the value of that customer over the long haul. And, you know, we talk about the fact that we're still in the very early innings of sports betting. There's new states coming online just in the last year, you know, even in the last quarter of Arizona, Connecticut, New York, Louisiana, 4 states that weren't online before. And so there is a bit of a race early on to make sure you can get that early cohort because they tend to be more valuable and the paybacks are there. But yeah, it's a critical part of us being successful in the long run is that how we use the data and the analytics and the efficiency to make sure we're getting the right customers.
And we're 24 hours away from another state coming online. So Rini, you have relationships with just about every operator at the NFL. How are you defining the value that each operator brings and what you guys are looking for or splicing up those relationships?
Yeah, I think for us, I mean, and many people here know that, we were somewhat slow to market. Slow being because we know that when we actually participate, that it's going to have somewhat of a tidal wave impact. And so really being thoughtful, and we really started, you know, Caesars, we've actually been partners prior to sports betting. They were our official casino partner, which was really great because they did so much to help teach us about just the intricacies of sports betting, and we are continuing to learn. And here we are, you know, after one full season, and people are asking all these questions. What have you learned? What are your KPIs? We're like, everybody slow down. It's been 1 year. You know, and so I think the value is for us when we went to market. We didn't have a plan to actually do a try-exclusive deal. I mean, you know, that's nothing genius about try-exclusive, right? You know, if we did 4, I guess we would have called it quad-exclusive. But we're typically an exclusive with one partner. But what we learned going to market and talking to the different operators, and you just gave a great example, they all really differentiate themselves in how they talk to the customer, the sports bettor, in a very different way. And as we continue to learn, it's important that we understand how Caesars utilizes their properties on site and takes all of the pieces of entertainment and music and all of the great things they do and what they learn from that sports bettor. And same with FanDuel as we think about free-to-play games and how they're working specifically with those customers that are very focused on free-to-play and how does that cross-section for those that want to bet on sports. We're continuing to learn. And so, and also our third partner, which is DraftKings, as we think about their daily fantasy business, and they're in a variety of other areas of other type of engagement and behavior fan engagement pieces. So I think for us it's about learning, because this is here to stay. It's a long play. I'm not necessarily focused on the value today. I'm focused on the value long term, how this will help grow our fans, that engagement, the fans that want to bet. We have 200 million fans. I don't know if they want to all bet. I don't believe so. These guys, it's their job to help go and get those fans to become sports bettors. But we want to be really thoughtful of those. We know that there are many that don't want to. And so we're really thoughtful about that and understanding how we can continue to grow together. And that fan engagement piece is really the most important part. And also, I'll just add, responsible gambling is the equally most important part, because we all have a responsibility as participating within this entire ecosystem to make sure that we're doing it in a responsible way.
So the NFL famously sort of took its time, right? And the NFL can do that. It can sort of see how things are shaking out, and when other sports are jumping in, it can have a much more conservative approach. So now that you're in it, and even though it is early learnings, what kind of feedback are you getting from fans about the influence or the advent of betting information?
Yeah, I think one thing that we're learning is that there is a purity to our game. And so consumers want to watch our game in a clean way. So you're going to continue to see our game broadcast in a way that's clean. There's not going to be a lot of voiceover of sports betting or lines or communication in the clean broadcasts. But what we do want to create are unique assets around the broadcast for that consumer to make sure that we are feeding that appetite of that key consumer that wants to know about sports betting. So we're not turning off the fan that actually isn't participating in that. And so I think that's something that's really important. And to your point, now that we're into it, I think there was a point on there in a question. Someone said, well, the NFL used to be against sports betting. Sports betting used to be illegal. So just so you know, we were against it because it was illegal. And that's the statement. And I think for us, when PAPSA was overturned, we wanted to take our time and really understand how this was evolving across the country and how it was being, activated and marketed, and what was happening with market access. And so we've had these great partnerships that have really helped us as partners understand what's important in key states, what's happening in Florida or Texas or California. And that part is really important as we think about the future. And as you said, as it continues to grow countrywide and becomes national at some point. And because originally it wasn't necessarily national, right? It was really local focused. And so we're all going to spend a lot of time, and I guess we'll be here again next year, and the same question will be asked, and hopefully we'll have some more KPIs, and we'll create unique contents that the consumers can use to continue to engage in better ways.
And I'd give the NFL a lot of credit on your point specifically around learning. I mean, when we signed the deal, one of the first conversations I had with Roger and Rini was, and Roger said, he said, listen, we're not the experts in this space. We're going to look to you to help us innovate, to push our thinking. And I think that partnership has been really great. But as you said, we're 1 year in. We got the first year under our belts, but now the question is, okay, how do we take it from here and do what's right for the consumer, but also find different ways to engage?
But it's also really interesting in this space, like, the NFL just gets to make money from this, right? Like, they get
We don't just get to. I mean, I wish everyone's like, I'm just going to sit back, guys. Come on in. Like,
what I mean is, the NFL is a benefactor of sports betting becoming something that is brand new. It's an open market, right? And I would say 2 years ago at this time, we're all at this conference. The pandemic is a week away from shutting down the universe. And in that first, say, 12 months of the pandemic, the one area that got very frothy and that people were still super excited about was sports betting. Even though there weren't that many sports, even in the first 6 months of the pandemic, right? The market, the valuations of the various sports betting companies skyrocketed. DraftKings goes public. And now all of a sudden we're seeing some of that level out. To both of your points that we're still in the early stages. Sharon, like, what are you guys learning from the acquisition costs to drive a business that you know you want to be in for 40, 50, 60, as long as it takes?
Yeah, I mean, this is the biggest thing since riverboats, right?
Yeah.
So, what we're learning is that, there can't be this media arms race, right, to keep participating, to the point of all of the media companies very excited about this as a brand new category and how they could take advantage. The market also has to be sane at some point as well, too. And because we are such data-led companies, we're going to continue to hone our models and get smarter and smarter how much we should pay for our customer and what they're worth. And I think it will benefit all of us of not having the media costs be out of control, because we'll just make other choices. So I think that as things, one of the reasons we're here is we're going to recruit a lot of data people today. So we want more and more data folks to come in and help us get smarter, and that will make our media buys smarter as well, too.
Amy, what's your...
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think New York is a great example, right? New York, I'm guessing many of you know, it has a 51% tax rate, but the way they treat bonusing, effectively it could be closer to 80 or 100%. And so on the one hand, you might look at that and say, well, that's a lot of great revenue for the state. The reality is, as an operator, at some point you just got to pull back, because you cannot build a sustainable, profitable business over time. And so the way we're looking at it is, what are the economics to acquire those customers? If I look at some of the more, we talk about a more mature state being 3 years old, but New Jersey, Pennsylvania, right? We're already contribution positive in those states. And the adoption curves now are just so much quicker, right? As sports betting becomes mainstream, and New York is a great example, you hit these J curves much faster than you were. And so we're getting a lot smarter about when do we start to pull back on that investment and shift towards the retention of those. The other thing I would say is, listen, we can throw whatever money we want into the marketplace. The reality is, if you don't have a good product, you're not going to keep those customers. And so we obsess even more about making sure that we can innovate and have a stable, reliable product and one that consumers trust, right? Because at the end of the day, that's what's going to matter.
Yeah, the product seems to be the thing that gets people most excited. That's the conversation that if you listen to bettors, if you listen to fans, the interface, the experience, the ability to get your money in, get your money out, those are like all the things. Rini, back to you, like as a partner, if these things aren't going as well, what is the NFL's role? How are you communicating with partners on things like that?
Well, and that's, I mean, Genius Sport, we work with them on official data, as do our other partners here. And for us, you know, the speed, right, of the data and the quality and making sure, I mean, everything that we do, we want to make sure is superior quality. The technology has to catch up. You know, if we look at the ecosystem of our stadiums and 5G technology that's integrating there, there's so many different pieces to the puzzle that come into play as you are at home, you know, deciding to make a bet on a game. And so we're really focused on all of those areas to make sure that it does run right and it is superior, but it takes some time to get there. And that's where, you know, we think in 3 to 5 years, as we think about this technology and the data, there are going to be new products, new services that are really going to be awesome for the customer, that are really going to be better than they are today, but it's just going to take a little bit of time to get there.
But even, you know, Super Bowl this year, we had 600 different markets that you could wager on, right? 600 markets just for one event. You know, we had 35% of our bets were same game parlay, which means that customers are engaged, whether, thank God the Super Bowl was not a blowout, but if it is a blowout, right, people are engaged because they want to understand the outcome of, you know, did Odell Beckham Jr. score, and who was the, you know, who did, you can bet on the coin toss in some states. There's literally hundreds of different markets, and you can parlay them, and so it's just, it's fundamentally changed, the product has changed the way we're consuming sporting events.
Well, as someone who had Odell Beckham Jr. at 10-1 to score the first touchdown, I believe it was on FanDuel. You know, I loved that particular market. Rini, how much, say 3 years ago, sports betting becomes legal, and it's not something the NFL is engaging with yet. Now it's engaging with quite a bit. How much of your time is spent on sports betting? How much are you thinking about this as sort of a higher ceiling versus other opportunities?
Well, we spend a lot of time thinking about our long-term plan, and sports betting is an integral part of our strategy for a long-term plan for fan engagement, as well as revenue growth. But it's not the only one. I mean, this isn't about this, but blockchain technology is another place where I spend a lot of my time. And the future of that. And the metaverse. I mean, imagine you can have this event next year in the metaverse. That would be cool, right? I mean, this would be so fun. We could do all of this in the metaverse. And that didn't really even exist as something I even would speak about a year ago. And so I think about, and then where the convergence of sports betting within the blockchain. Like, there's all these things that we're thinking about now for the long-term side of it. And so I think right now, for instance, as we're thinking about going into the next season, logistically speaking, our draft is in Las Vegas. Our host is Caesar's Palace. And so when we think about that participation and what we've got right ahead of us, that's really exciting. And then as we go into the 22 season, all of the pieces that we will work together with our partners to leverage and to launch, I'm excited about all of that. I think, you know, you talk about the Super Bowl. I mean, it's not like it's the Super Bowl of balloon festivals. I mean, it's the Super Bowl. And so when we think about those key KPIs that we got from this past year within the Super Bowl, our first time really integrating into that, what we're going to do next year, when also, you know, when we're in Arizona, the Super Bowl, I can't wait to see what, you know, I think the best is yet to come on that. It may be what my expectation is today, but it's probably going to be 5 times more than that, than what it is today.
Well, look, like, Caesars is sort of going to be the home of the draft, right? And it's going to be in Las Vegas. And all of a sudden, it has the feel of a party unlike any other experience the draft has ever had. And because it can be integrated, right? Because the NFL is involved, because you're involved, because there's a partnership. When you think about the value of an experience like that versus here's an $1,100 promo offer, right?
Yeah.
How do you define what that is, and what do you see working better?
You know, we look at the holistic picture, so it goes back to, again, entertainment being in our name and our brand and getting our brand out there and getting it in the consideration set. A year ago, we weren't even on the playing field, and now, you know, we have really great market share and a lot of success. So we look at the whole experience as we do everything else. It's the in-person experience, it's the online experience, and you combine it all together, and we feel like it's a differentiating offer in the marketplace.
Amy, when you're thinking about sort of offers versus, because this is a big conversation, if not everybody is aware of sort of what offers are, but a lot of sports books will incentivize new users and say, bet $5 on X event to happen and you could win 30 times your money, right? And so what is the value of that versus the value of a huge brand play for you guys?
You know, it depends on, it really depends on the category. You know, if you're talking about the NFL drives over a third of my activations. It depends on the event. So I can afford to be a lot more generous for Super Bowl. We did 56-1 odds for Super Bowl, which, you know, for other events you would never do because it just doesn't drive the right level of activations. March Madness, you know, is similar. We're coming into maybe not quite the level of Super Bowl, but pretty darn close in terms of the activation. So, you know, it depends a little bit on what state you're in and how much you're driving towards, you know, true acquisition versus the retention of those customers. But we use it, since we're here at an analytics conference, right? It all comes down to the data, the science, and also just the test and learn, right? We've created an environment where we can tell you with quite a bit of precision which offer is going to work best for what event.
Yeah, that's, I mean, it's fascinating for anybody in the field. It's fascinating for people. You mentioned, like, there's an entire area of data science that is now available. I can remember being at this panel probably 4 or 5 years ago and talking about how, because sports betting at the time wasn't legal, there's entire genres of opportunity that don't exist for developing more data, right? And you talk about the metaverse, you talk about ways in which this can influence other things. So are you seeing more of an influx? Are you seeing sort of candidates come in who otherwise they might have been going to consult?
Well, Caesars has always been a data-driven company, right? That's part of, we're in the risk management business, from being in the overall gambling industry, having hotel rooms, all of that being data-driven. Now it's really exciting of adding the data to sports, which we know that there are a lot of huge sports fans out there, and they also really understand the data science world. So now putting those together, we think it's a great place to come in, hone your skills, and a ton of opportunity. We have so many open roles that we're excited to fill there.
I mean, I'll talk about it in the context of, if you look at, I have a risk and trading organization that is 125 data scientists, engineers, and this is the organization that determines they're managing all the betting markets, they're setting the lines, they're determining what the odds are, and we do almost all of ours in-house, and so they're constantly refining those models. A lot of those people come in and they're not experts in sports betting, but they're coming in because it's intellectually one of the most interesting challenges and how you leverage data, right, to innovate and create, you know, for us, a big competitive advantage. And so, yeah, we're getting people from any number of fields.
This is for everybody on the panel, when you were thinking about your careers, again, this is off script right now, when you were thinking about your careers, how did sort of the idea of data play into it and influence you and drive you into something? I don't know if any of you were big bettors when you were growing up, if your people in your family were bettors. Like, you know, everyone comes to it differently. How much did data drive you into the job you're in now?
Wow. So I helped build websites in the early 90s for the Delta Airlines of the world. So at that point, log analysis in the 90s and all that. But I've always been a sports fan. I've always casually bet on sports. You know, love to go to Las Vegas, love to bet around with friends, but it just evolved. I've always been attracted to these new industries like the web back in the day, to date myself. And then just even when I was at ESPN, we were working on ESPN Fantasy and Insider, and we worked with folks that had a vested interest because we could never call it sports betting. So I think the theme stays true, the opportunities evolve as you go through your career.
Yeah, Amy, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, so I started out in consulting. I spent too long at McKinsey. So I was raised in an environment where clients don't pay millions of dollars for a project if you're not going to use data and analytics to give them the recommendation. So for me, it was second nature, but it was interesting because we were just coming from a diversity panel, and we were talking about diversity of thinking. 2 years ago right now, I was sitting on the stage running Ticketmaster and switched jobs in the middle of the pandemic. But for both of those, I was not hired because I was an expert in the industry, either ticketing or sports betting. No, I mean, I said this yesterday at the Multiplier Summit. I had never placed a bet online before I took the job as president of FanDuel. So, I think we've been talking a lot about diversity of thinking and how you bring not just subject matter experts into an organization, but people who think in very different ways. And so, but analytics has been absolutely core to the tools I got were critical to me being successful at Ticketmaster and now at FanDuel.
Well, look, my path is really different. I went to Ole Miss and thought I was going to be a writer, and that didn't happen, guys. And I think that working in sports at the time was like Bob Costas or Jerry Maguire. Like, I didn't even know this job existed. And so I'm really thankful for the opportunity that I have. I think today, data drives everything that we do. When I was 22 and trying to survive and doing 8 jobs as an assistant for a former commissioner of the Arena Football League, I don't even think I knew what data was other than sending an email blast out or faxing something. So when I think about that and the growth and how data has affected my career, I think I've been at the NFL for 16 years now, and everything we do through that lens, if I even think the last 12 of those 16, data has been playing a part, and now it's driving our core long-term value of how we partner with different partners, how we think about that fan engagement, what is going to be the right product for a fan moving forward. It's at the forefront of everything we do.
How has that evolved, especially at the NFL, since you've been there?
I mean, look, if you guys remember back in the day, you could go to a sports park and you could sign up for a credit card and you would get like a free rally towel or a bobblehead. That was data when I started at the NFL. I remember going in to replace that. It was the MBNA card. Probably a lot of people in college used to get that because you could get a credit card. And what's crazy about it, when we switched to our partners of our affinity card, we used to talk about our database, what we knew about them. But what we really knew about them is they really didn't use that card that often. They got it because they wanted the bobblehead. And so ultimately, we have been spending a lot of time on thinking about that fan. Who is the fan at home? Who is the fan in the stadium? Because the fan that goes to watch a Patriots game may have some similar attributes as that fan that may go see a Jets game because they hate each other. But there are a lot of things really different about them and how they go. And so we've spent a lot of times, especially the last 8 years, really trying to build and start to be more sophisticated on that data and on that customer. And frankly, you're going to see a lot more about that now as we have data scientists within the National Football League. I mean, again, I think everyone now in their organization, you said you have hundreds. I think we have 3, but it's way more than we had before. We're pretty lean. But we have data scientists that are informing before we decide to go and have a game in Germany. We're working and looking and understanding what is the data telling us about our game in Europe. Before we make decisions about who's going to be the Super Bowl halftime show artist, we look at the data to really inform us as we think about those entertainment pieces of decisions. And so I think it will and continue to evolve for sure.
The other thing I'd add on to that is I guess wearing my old hat at Ticketmaster, digital ticketing has really enabled a lot of that, de-anonymization, right? So you think about it, years ago, you basically knew nobody in a stadium, right? Now, and again, in the spirit of never let a crisis go to waste, COVID has massively accelerated the adoption of digital ticketing. And so while it's not one-to-one yet, right, because somebody may be coming in, 4 tickets on one phone, you know a heck of a lot more about who's in that venue. How do you convert them to a season ticket package? How do you provide a truly personalized experience in the venue? And so I think technology has absolutely helped enable a lot of what you're talking about.
Absolutely. I would even add, too, what we learned during the pandemic is just the behavior shift of our consumer and where we should shift. Sometimes you have to stop doing old things. And that was one where collectibles just exploded during the pandemic of trading cards, NFTs. But were they starting to grow prior? We don't know. We look at the data and where are our fans spending their time, because a lot of the fans that are doing that also bet on sports. So how do we think about those two together? Or So really trying to think about that data, and that's just a good example of something that we didn't anticipate that was definitely quite significant, and we all saw that in the sports space, and we're seeing it continue, and how those marry with that customer on other areas that are important to them as they integrate within your sport.
So what have you, I have one question that's way off script, but then I'll bring it back.
This is like the third one.
I know.
You guys keeping track? It's like going off script.
I'm glad you're keeping track because the total was actually 2.5.
You only get one more.
So you all have really big jobs in which you have to make big decisions all the time. Do you feel like the data that helps you make the decision, does it take some of the pressure off when you're making a decision? Amy, you can go first.
Yeah, I think for very emotional decisions, absolutely, right? I mean, if you think about, there's a lot of decisions that we make, strategies that we might be recommending that not everybody's, I mean, candidly, most things, not everyone is on the same page. And so I think when you're able to objectively frame options, bring data to the table, and in a very unemotional way say, here's option A, here's option B, here's what you have to believe to think that this one is better, you can have a constructive and unemotional debate about it. So, I mean, candidly, throughout my entire career, that's how I've used data, and I see it all the time, because the reality is we are in such a dynamic and fast-paced environment right now that there's a lot of decisions that we're making where we don't know what we don't know yet, right? So you do the best you can based on the information you have, and then at the end of the day, there's a bunch of judgment you have to apply to it too.
Yeah, I think there's this beautiful mix of art and science together where it's great that we have a lot more data than we ever had before, but we're in a new industry that never existed before, in states we've never been, with customers that it's all new to them. And some of it you also need to have the data and then also have that judgment and say, you know what, my experience, my gut, everything, that this is good, and making a decision that's a blend of art and science together.
I would add on that, you're in an industry that is built off passion and competitiveness, that at that point you're like, data, it's like you feel it in your core being if you're a fan and your quarterback leaves and goes to Tampa. Like, what do I do? Where does the data tell me? That's not what happens there, right? And so I think it's definitely that blend when you're thinking about that core passion that our fans and that we actually have such a great opportunity to participate in working in the sports industry, which is pretty awesome.
The flip side is, and since we're, I guess now just coming out of COVID, there are times where you can kid yourself into thinking there's false precision around the data. And we did all this consumer research around the return to live, and honestly, I mean, it was good fact-based to have, but at the end of the day, I don't know how helpful it really was. It was like, okay, this thing is going to be, it ended up being a lot longer than we thought it was going to be. And sometimes you just have to, in the spirit of one-way versus two-way doors, you just have to, in COVID, there aren't that many one-way doors. Yeah. Sometimes you just got to make decisions.
And the other thing too, the pressure's always on, even if does it make you feel a little bit better because you've got the data behind it, but it doesn't alleviate the pressure. Not at in this space where we happen to be.
Yeah. But if it goes wrong, you can't go to Roger Goodell and be like, Roger, this is what the data said.
He'll be like, I'm not buying it. And so I think that's, that's always an interesting meeting to have. Had a few.
How do those go?
I know there's a couple people that worked here at the NFL. Marianne Turk's here. We've had those discussions. But yeah, there's a bit of it where you have to just walk through. But no, there's always risk. There's always a bit of risk. But that's part of the excitement of being in sports.
The interesting thing about betting, to your point about the passion, is that I think it's showing a lot of fans how to be dispassionate, because the best decisions are made when you're understanding the data, the way FanDuel can communicate with an audience, whether it's creating content or trying to lead people in one direction to make good decisions, right? Same with Caesar, same with Action. Like, it's teaching people to be a different kind of fan.
Maybe, but I think the real insight on sports betting as a customer feels like they're right. Like, they watch so much sports on TV and they attend so many games, and there's a self-satisfaction being right. Like, I knew this was going to happen, right? I knew he was going to make this catch. I knew he was going to do this play. I knew the coin toss was going to be heads. And that confidence and that sometimes they do throw data out the window too. And it's that balance of art and science, because as a sports fan, you just know. And so I do think that customers feeling a lot of the ways that we're feeling on the business side of it as well.
Do you have thoughts on sort of the dispassionate angle for sports from the data perspective?
I mean, listen, I think as we've discussed, what we are seeing is that the engagement, honestly, is, and you're right, I think sometimes whether consumers believe they know what's going to happen or not, it almost doesn't matter, because their ability to bet on these player props and create their own same game parlay, it just creates excitement and engagement, and the social aspect of it too, right? I think that's what's really elevating and changing the experience. So that's on us to make sure that we can keep innovating and bringing great products to market. But the other part of this, which, since we're talking about data, and you mentioned earlier, we also have an obligation to make sure that we're educating consumers on how to do that in a responsible way, right? So since it's Responsible Gaming Month, I feel this is something that for our organization is absolutely core to the value and the DNA. And since we are in the early innings, I think we've got to use that data to educate consumers, especially that younger male audience, which we know is going to be more at risk. So that's the other side of the equation.
So, Rena, you mentioned there's 200 million NFL fans, right? Mm-hmm. And one of the reasons why the NFL was thoughtfully conservative about this is because it had been through an experience with DFS, right? Where FanDuel and DraftKings were putting billions of dollars into the market for commercial inventory to try to lure in fans. How did that experience influence your planning and strategy for betting?
Yeah, I think that was 2015 when that launched, and I think everyone saw it. Every commercial spot happened to be a daily fantasy spot, and we were like, "Holy smokes, we totally missed that." I mean, it came on pretty quickly. Well, and that part of that has really helped us inform, and not just in this category, a variety of other categories. Today, like, we have ad caps. This is very technical, but we only have 6 spots per game that can be specific to sports betting, because we don't want to oversaturate the product with it hitting you over the head with something all the time. Not just sports betting, but that is something that we've done here and will continue to do. We also know, as I mentioned before, of the 200 million fans, they all don't want to hear about sports betting. That's okay. We all fan differently, right? I mean, some people, like, their favorite color is blue, and some people, their favorite color is red. And we want to make sure that we're serving them in a very deliberate way. And so we've created, with our partners, a variety of examples that, with what you guys do with Pat McAfee is a great example of providing that content in a unique way to those that want to hear it. And if you don't want to hear it, you don't feel like you're walking all over the place and it's in front of you. If you're trying to go get condiments for your hot dog at the game, you're not going to be hit over the head with a kiosk and all of these other ideas on sports betting, because it's not going to be where the general fan lives. And so we learned a lot from that. We also, when sports betting happened, it was a category at the time, as you all probably know, that didn't have the ability to bet on sports or run advertising. The rules were somewhat different. If we could go back in time and regulate how many advertisers in auto could run on a game, that's somewhat unique. And so we created an approved sports operator function that, in addition to our official partners being able to buy commercial spots, we have 4 other operators that have the able to advertise as well. So then all those 6 spots aren't just, and maybe you don't like this, but aren't just FanDuel and Caesars. There are other operators that are out there as well. And so trying to just manage that, and you're going to see that's going to be consistent. I'm not making news here today, but we're not changing that moving forward into the 22 season. But that's something that will continue to evolve. But I think that's going to be true in other categories that are new and emerging. That what we don't want to happen is that it's a sea. If you have a game and you have a commercial break and you've got the A, B, C, D position, every spot all of a sudden ends up being a name the category spot. We don't want that type of experience for our fans, and so we'll stay on top of that for every category that's marketing in our games.
It's interesting. Go ahead, Amy.
I was just going to say, I think I also think the dialogue and the partnership that sports betting operators have with the leagues is just fundamentally different than it was back in 2015. And obviously, it wasn't legal, but we're having conversations with the NFL, with the NBA about how do we establish a code of conduct, right? Which is, certainly regulators tell you what your minimum bar is that you need to meet, but above and beyond that, what should we just be doing as an industry? Because it's the right thing to do for the consumer. It's the right thing to do to protect. We all have brands that we have to protect. And it's about the long-term viability. So the conversations are fundamentally different.
Yeah, and that gets right back to your, not to go back to it, but your responsible gambling point, where that leads into that piece of that, which is these guys want just as much as us that messaging. They don't want it over the top in your head, in your head where it's every single spot. And so there is a good partnership of
Well, it's not a good business decision either. If I keep hammering the same
You're talking to the same
men
people.
between the ages of 21 and 54 with the same message. And we had conversations, especially in the beginning of the NFL, where you're constantly looking at the reach and frequency. And so it's not a good business decision.
I think 2015 was so much about frequency and not about reach. And that has certainly changed. And we're very, very careful about the frequency. We're very careful about how much creative we put out there so that we're telling different stories, we're entertaining, we're not just throwing offers out in every spot, and being really responsible about it so that we are self-regulating as well.
How are you each thinking about, and the NFL has done this really thoughtfully and successfully for years, you mentioned how are you reaching, you keep consistently hitting men 21 to 54. How are you thinking about reaching people that aren't men 21 to 54?
So great that this panel is women, too, right?
Yeah, look at this. We didn't even plan it this way.
Exactly. I used to say, like, there are all these sports bettors in Sharon, but now it really is an adult audience, not just men 21 plus. And the same way of, I always used to hate people say, I'm in sports, and they'd say, oh, do you like sports? They never ask a guy, do they like sports? It's the same thing for women bettors. Like, they like sports, they like a vested interest in it. We target them the way that we target other folks and appeal to their interest. It's not like women are this separate category out there that you have to treat them. They're sports fans, true and true. And I think it's a very important audience not to miss.
Yeah, if you look at the sports population, 50% of sports fans are women, right? But maybe 15% of sports bettors are women. So you just look at that, and it clearly suggests there's an opportunity. For us, we're experimenting with a lot of different partnerships right now. In fact, yesterday we sponsored, along with WISE, Women in Sports and Entertainment, and Wasserman, an amazing Jessica Gelman. I'll give her the credit because it was her idea, but a multiplier summit which brought all these amazing senior female executives together, and it was about how do we help each other and create that network. But it's also, for me, and Sharon, to your point, how we reach that female consumer is probably going to be a little bit different than the way we reach the male 21 to 54. So, we partnered with a company called The Gist and created a fantasy product that was just for women through a channel that speaks to women. So we haven't cracked the code on this yet. Like, we're still early days in particular on this one, but when you look at that kind of imbalance between sports fans and bettors, you know that there's a big opportunity there.
Jessica Gelman is amazing.
She is amazing. Where is Jess Gelman? Let's talk about how amazing Jess Gelman is.
Seriously. The other thing that you mentioned, Rini, was, kiosks at every stadium, and I think what's interesting is it's almost like the Jetsons, right? We all thought we'd be in spaceships by now, and the evolution of sports betting as a product and an experience is either slower than we thought or it's a lot different than we thought. Amy, I want to start with you because FanDuel was there, as soon as PASPA was repealed in 2018. 4 years is a lifetime in this business. And did you think that every stadium by now would have some kind of on-site experience? And do you think that's even going to matter for sort of mass betting going forward?
Well, I wasn't here in 2018, but it's interesting because we have a couple different partnerships where we have sportsbook at a venue. In fact, last year we just opened one in Phoenix with a Footprint Center Arena. And I think it's it's early days, but I do believe that figuring out how to create, for us, it's, you know, it's part of the branding, it's part of the marketing, but it's also part of bringing a better experience at the actual event itself. Is it a slam dunk? I don't know, it's too early to tell, to be honest with you, but I fundamentally believe that there is an opportunity to take my, you know, the digital ticketing analogy. Now that I know who's coming into the venue, I can figure out who I'm targeting to give personalized experiences to. And I think sports betting in venues will be part of it. The reality is, given the regulatory environment, you're not going to see kiosks in all venues, right? It's just, it varies state by state, and so I don't think you're ever going to, we won't be at a point where you have a footprint nationwide of kiosks in stadiums, but I'm excited to learn more. We've got a few coming up that, you know, that are going to be opening up, and I think it's going to further engage that sports fan.
Well, I think for us too, I mean, it's productive patience. I mean, we don't have any today. And so it's like I can say that. And if we do have them, they won't be in locations necessarily where you're just going to go also pick up your food and your beverage. They're going to be in a deliberate spot. Kind of what you said is you think about the data and you know who's there and being very deliberate on talking to them. That is dedicated to that moment in time, and if it is sports betting, and if there is a physical manifestation within that place, that's where they go, because we also want to make sure that there's not any type of, again, offense of the senses to those that don't want to see that and participate in that. And so, so that's something that we just think about a lot, but it's not something that we're moving quickly on because we want to understand it, and what does it mean for the game day experience? What does it mean for the engagement on site? And we're in no rush to, you know, to be the first to find out.
We've had a great partnership with Monumental Sports, and we have a sports book at Cap One and also in Chase Field with the Diamondbacks. And we love the partnership because we do believe it enhances the game day experience. If you want to be able to deposit cash, people are betting at the game anyway. So we're offering them an experience and being able to deposit cash, withdraw cash, have great food and beverage, and just enhance it. They're going to sports bar anyway. Why not have that experience to be full service there? And a company like Monumental that's so data oriented as well, it's a great combination to learn more about your customer in person.
Well, it is a great experience. Like I've been to that sports book. It's phenomenal. It's great to be there for an event. It's great to be there on a Sunday. It has that sort of sports book experience. And I think for a lot of fans, the idea that you can bring what had been Vegas to your community changes it a little bit.
Yeah.
And like, Rini is someone who, you know, you say you went to Ole Miss, great sports culture, clearly you're a sports fan. How has sort of sports betting personally changed your experience with sports?
Well, I work on it. I don't bet on sports. And we don't allow our employees to bet on sports at the National Football League as a part of our policy. And I've never bet on sports. I don't really, I mean, growing up, I'm from Kentucky, so it's like horse betting. I mean, it's like horse racing's there. It's a lot of fun to go and participate in those things, but that's something that it has never been a part of my life. And I don't anticipate it being anything and a part of it moving forward as it relates to me actually betting on sports with the money I earn for me personally. So.
It's like, it's a vocation, not an avocation.
Sure. I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to be at the National Football League for a while, so I don't, again, anticipate ever betting on sports.
You're not going to be betting anytime soon.
No, not anytime soon, guys. So.
Amy, have you, like now that you've sort of been there and you have the opportunities, have you started to take advantage of betting on sports?
I can't either.
Yeah.
Same thing.
You're not allowed to?
No, from a regulatory perspective, I can't. We can't.
It's the integrity, too, of the game. It's like, that's so important. And frankly, that drives, before we even jumped into it, the integrity of the game, it cannot be a question. And by the way, sports betting just isn't the only thing that has an influence on the integrity of the game. And if a team is pumping in loud music, that has an issue with the integrity of the game. But that's something that we spend a lot of time on before we ever considered entering into the space, and so there has to be no question about that. And the amount of training that we do, I think we've trained 16,000 people between staff, clubs, you know, players, officials, all of the training that we go into to make sure the integrity of the game is never a question as sports betting is happening around the ecosystem of our sport.
Yeah. I mean, I think one of the things I'm most excited about is, even though I can't personally engage in spending in these platforms, is we don't view ourselves as an online sports betting operator. We view ourselves as somebody who provides entertainment to sports betting consumers, right? And if you look at 90% of sports fans say they do this as a form of entertainment, and so for us to be in that consideration set and be part of delivering, I mean, we talk about concerts and sporting events as unforgettable moments, so to be part of that is a really special place in the industry. And so I think we have to do that with integrity. The way we manage payments, protecting our platforms, protecting your data is all part of that.
You mentioned integrity. One of the questions from the audience is specifically about integrity. And Rena, you said you guys have trained 16,000 people. What does that look like? What is that program like? How do you go through it? What are sort of things that you try to drive home for the employees?
Well, I mean, I think it's just general knowledge of the policies that are in place, so I can speak specifically to those that we take. I'm not a part of today what's happening locally with all of even our broadcast partners. I mean, everyone who touches the game is a part of this training, but it's really, understanding the implications that are in place if you were to go bet on sports, and understanding why it's important that we don't. So it's general training. I mean, everybody kind of does office training often, but it's pretty intense in a way that we're very serious about it. We require all of our employees to do it, and we will continue to do that moving forward. In addition to that training, I don't mean to harp on the responsible gambling piece, but we mirror that with the importance of why we focus on gambling responsibly. Because you kind of can't talk about the integrity of the sport without it. And so it is married together, and often a lot of that education that we do from all levels of the National Football League, making sure that there is a commitment and partnership that we're all representing the National Football League, and that means that we're also representing the importance of gambling responsibly in our place in that market.
Well, it's an interesting challenge, right? Because Sharon, you mentioned entertainment. Amy, you mentioned entertainment. And sports betting is, for the majority of people, meant to be entertaining, and most people can control it. They're betting $10, they're betting same-game parlays. How do you find the balance for that responsibility? Amy, I'll start with you. Yeah. Between promoting something that is entertaining, aligning with personalities who will make it feel like it's exciting and you're going to be in this with me, with the idea that this is something that can potentially be an issue for people.
Yeah, there's many things we do. I could spend a lot of time talking about this topic, but one of the things that we use our data and advanced analytics to identify at-risk behavior, right? And because we're part of Flutter Entertainment, we have models that are built off of literally decades of experience of understanding, what does problematic behavior look like. So part of it is how do we leverage that and make sure we can flag that. But a big part of what we're doing right now, investing, is, especially in these early years, is educating consumers. So we have an ambassador that we partnered up with. His name is Craig Carton. You may know him. He's in the New York area. And Craig has a very well-documented challenge with gambling. And what he's doing for us is educating and creating content that humanizes this topic, especially to that young now audience. We're doing a college tour with Craig, and he's going to be going out and educating consumers on how you bet and stay within your limits and keep it as a form of entertainment. So a lot of hard work ahead, but similar to the NFL, we're also shifting our marketing dollars. We spend a lot of money in marketing, obviously, but we're now starting to educate Q2. We have a new marketing campaign coming out, which is all about exactly this topic.
Sharon?
Yeah, education is so key. We were advertising, even all leading up to the Super Bowl. We have a responsible gaming spot with the Manning family that we launched, and we were running that even on Super Bowl Sunday. But we're out there proactively advertising, setting limits on time, setting limits on money, all of the controls that you have within the product itself, and just controls around responsible gaming. And then making content, making sure it gets to the right folks. Really important that we take it on ourselves for responsibility.
So we have about 3.5 minutes left. Going down the line for each of you, of these trends that are possible in sports betting, sports media. Which do you think is most likely to happen next? A sports betting platform is streaming live sporting events, is winning the rights to live sporting events. There are 45 states that have sports betting, and you can be betting in real time from the stadium, either at a kiosk or on your phone. Well, let's go with those two. Sharon, you start. Which one of those two is most likely to happen?
I think that this last year of all these state launches has proven that this is going to be across the United States, just the way that it is in many countries around the world, and it's going to continue to scale, and we're going to see sports betting in a lot more places than we do today.
Amy?
Well, if your specific question is, are we going to see kiosks in stadiums in 45 states? I don't think that's happening anytime soon. I would ask our partner here about the streaming question, which is a very good question. I do think it's going to happen probably in other leagues first. Probably not going to happen first in the NFL, but that in general, I think that convergence of the sports media, the content, the content that we provide around the betting odds, you're just going to see more and more of that happening. We're already starting to see it.
I have absolutely no idea. But what I will say is that the content's interesting, right? Alternative broadcast, and we saw what's great success, speaking of the Mannings with alternative broadcast, and there's a variety of other areas that could be unique there as we think about that core better, and I think the content piece is really interesting. I don't know when or how, and most of our rights are locked up for like 10 years, a big TV right, so maybe in 10 years we will maybe expand your years and see what happens, after that. But I think that's interesting to watch and how we engage with those consumers.
Yeah, in 10 years it could be FanDuel or Caesars are the dominant media players as all the worlds continue to converge.
And the Super Bowl's on the moon, right? and we're in the Sloan conferences in the metaverse.
Yeah. Exactly.
I love that idea. Where are Jess and Daryl? Can you make that happen next year?
In the metaverse. Thanks.
Thank you to our panelists. Great conversation, candid conversation. Appreciate it. And thanks to our audience. Enjoy the rest
Thanks,
of
guys.
the panels.